Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you sleep today. So, before you fall asleep, I'd like each of you to leave a comment saying which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give the video a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's relax and begin. Mikhail Popkov didn't look like a monster. He looked like somebody's dad, somebody's neighbor. The guy who lent you a shovel in winter. The cop who waved at you when he drove past in his patrol car. That's what made it so hard to believe when the truth finally came out. And on the day he sat in that interrogation room, he still didn't look like a monster. He looked bored. That was the part that stuck with people. He was more relaxed than the detective sitting across from him. The room was small and gray. There was a table with a metal ashtray, 2 chairs, a window that didn't open. A fluorescent light hummed the whole time, a sound that worked your nerves if you let it. Popkov didn't blink. He had his hands in front of him, fingers laced, like he was waiting for a bus. The detective kept flipping through papers, trying to find a way to start. And then Popkov spoke. He didn't ask for a lawyer. He asked for tea. When the tea came, he drank half of it in one go, put the cup down, and said, "I know why I'm here. I'll tell you everything. But I want you to understand, I'm not a criminal. I'm a cleaner." That was the first time he said it. The word cleaner came out of his mouth the way other people would say firefighter or teacher. It was his job. And in his head, that's what he was doing. Cleaning the streets of Angarsk. Angarsk is a small industrial city in Siberia. It's the kind of place where everybody knows everybody. You don't lock your door when you go out for a pack of cigarettes. People walk home at night because it's not far and because you know the streets. And when you see a police car in the dark, you feel safer. That's what he used. That badge, that uniform. He was a senior investigator for the local police. He had a wife, a kid, a normal house. His neighbors liked him. They said he was quiet, polite, always ready to help. He could fix a car, split wood, look you in the eye when he talked. But behind that, he was carrying something ugly. His mother was an alcoholic. He watched her drink herself into stupors when he was a boy, watched her be weak, messy, embarrassing. He hated her. And then his wife, later on, had an affair. That just glued it all together. In his mind, women were the problem. Drunk women, loose women, women who didn't behave. Women who walked alone at night because they missed the last bus. That's who he went after. That's who he killed. He told the detective he started in 1992. He was around 30 years old, patrolling in a police car. The first one was a woman walking home from a party. She was drunk, stumbling a little, laughing to herself. He pulled over and offered her a ride. She got in. He drove her out past the M53 highway into the forest and killed her with an axe. He had the axe in the trunk. He kept work tools back there anyway. Nobody questioned it. He buried her in a shallow spot, drove home, washed himself, and had dinner with his family. Nobody called. Nobody came looking. It was that easy, and that's what scared him at first. He actually waited for someone to knock on his door, but no one did, so it just became easier each time. He said he lost count after a while, but when he finally admitted everything, the number they got to was 82. 82 women. Some of them were teenagers, some were grandmothers. They all got in his car because he was a cop. That's the part that makes you sick to your stomach. He wasn't hiding in the bushes. He wasn't jumping out of the dark. He was wearing his official uniform and holding a badge. He'd roll down the window and say, "Come on, get in. I'll take you home." And they said, "Thank you." They smiled. They trusted him because he was the exact person you're supposed to trust. He took them to the same sort of place. Forest, dirt road, empty stretch of land near the M53. He had a few favorite spots. He'd stop the car, make small talk, then grab his axe or a shovel from the back. He never used his gun. He said that would be too easy, too clean. He wanted to feel it. He wanted to see them collapse. He wanted to hear the sound of the blade hitting bone. He described that sound to the detective without any hesitation. He said it was like hitting a frozen log, thick, wet, cracking. That's the kind of detail you can't forget. He also said he wasn't always neat. Sometimes he'd just swing until his arms got tired. Then he'd drag the body into a ditch, cover it with leaves, and go back to his shift. He'd answer a call about a missing woman with the same face he used when he told his daughter she couldn't have dessert before dinner. There was one woman who got away. Her name was Svetlana. She was in her early 20s. He picked her up one night in 2002. She was smart. She got in the car and immediately noticed something was off. He was too calm. She saw his knuckles whiten on the steering wheel when she mentioned where she lived, and she noticed he wasn't taking the route he was supposed to take. She didn't scream. She didn't panic. She opened the door while he was slowing down at a turn and threw herself out. The car wasn't going that fast, so she just rolled off the road, broke her arm, tore up her face. She got up and ran. She was lucky. She went to the police station the next day. She gave them a full description of the car, the uniform, his face. But they told her she had been drinking. They told her she was confused, and they let it go. She was the one chance they had, and they missed it because nobody wanted to believe that a cop could be the killer. Popkov knew that. He counted on it. Then there was Maria Lazina. That's the one that shattered the whole city. Maria was his daughter's music teacher. She came to their house a few times. She taught the piano to his daughter, a sweet woman in her 40s, always smiling, always polite. She had a music folder she carried with her, stuffed with sheet music. She walked home that night because it was only 20 minutes. She didn't have a car. She liked the walk. Popkov was on duty that night driving his patrol car. He saw her under a streetlight. She recognized him and smiled. He pulled over and told her to get in. She said, "Oh, Mikhail, how are you? Thank you so much." She got in. He drove her into the same forest. She may have been talking about his daughter, about the school concert while he was driving. He didn't say anything. When he stopped the car, she asked him why. He reached into the back, pulled out the axe, and swung it at her head. She didn't have time to scream. She fell against the door, and he pulled her out, hit her again with the flat side of the blade. He left her in the dirt, checked his watch, and drove off. But about a kilometer down the road, he stopped. He thought, what if she's not dead? He had to make sure. So he turned the car around and went back. And there she was. Maria was still alive. She was trying to crawl. She was making sounds. Her hands were in the dirt and she was pulling herself forward, leaving a trail. He saw her moving and he felt nothing. No anger, no panic, just annoyance. He walked over, grabbed her by the hair and finished her off. This time he made sure. He told the detective that he remembered seeing her music folder on the ground, covered in mud and blood. He picked it up, wiped it on his jacket, and threw it in the bushes. Then he drove back into town and went home. He sat down, ate some bread and sausage, and watched television with his wife. When his daughter came in and asked if her teacher had called, he said, "No, not tonight." Then he went to bed. That's the part that makes people lose it. He killed someone he knew, someone who taught his daughter, and he sat there at the dinner table like nothing happened. He even went to the small memorial they held for Maria, stood next to his wife and said what a shame it was. He was a cop, so he was allowed to stand at the police tape. He watched them search for her body. He watched them dig. And he didn't flinch. It took years to catch him. The police eventually started looking at current and former officers. They collected DNA from over 1,000 men. They went through old case files, traced the routes of patrol cars, looked at anyone who had access to those roads. And finally, in 2012, the sample came back matching his profile. They brought him in. He didn't run. He didn't panic. He sat down, and he started talking. During the interrogations, he was almost cheerful. He would laugh when they showed him a map of the victim locations. He said it looked like he had cleaned the whole region. He would point to spots and say, "That one was a prostitute. She was drunk too." He would talk about them as if they were garbage. The detective who interviewed him, a man who had heard every kind of confession you can imagine, said there was a moment when he had to leave the room because he couldn't breathe. Popkov didn't notice. He was too busy explaining which tool he used. Axes, shovels, pieces of concrete. He wasn't picky. He also told them how he chose the victims. It was never planned. He would see a woman alone, and then a thought would cross his mind. I could end her. And he did. When he was sentenced to life, he actually smirked. His wife and daughter were in the courtroom. They kept shouting that he was innocent. They said it was impossible. He was a good husband, a good father. They said the DNA was a mistake. But Popkov didn't even look at them. When the judge read the sentence, he just stood there, shoulders relaxed, hands in front of him. He looked like a man waiting for a train. He didn't say anything. He didn't apologize. He didn't show a single tear. But here's the part that stays with you. After the final hearing, after they led him away, they asked him if he had anything to say to the families. He turned around and he said, "I only killed women I knew were dirty. I never touched a good woman." Then he paused. He looked at the detective and said, "Actually, I lied. Maria Lazina was a good woman. She was kind. She was polite. She never drank. She never disrespected anyone. And I still killed her. I did it just to see if I could." Then he smiled. That's the last thing they saw before the door closed. His smile fading into the gray corridor. The strangest part is that he never gave a reason for Maria. He had reasons for the others, twisted as they were. But for Maria, he said, "To see if I could." And when they asked him if he felt sorry for her, he just shrugged. "She taught my daughter piano for 2 years. She was a good teacher, but she was in the wrong place at the wrong time." And he never said another word about her. He went back to his cell, and he still writes letters to his daughter. She doesn't answer, but he writes anyway. The police found 60 or 70 bodies, but he said there might be more. He said he didn't remember all the spots. He said, "If I didn't mark it, it's not there." And then he laughed. That laugh is what follows you home. That, and the thought that he's still alive, sitting in a cell, probably still thinking about how he could have done it better. Story 2. The thing that gets me about this whole case isn't the trial or the confession or even the bullet that matched. It's the fact that for 5 years, everybody was looking for a monster. And the monster was living right there in Delphi, working at the CVS, printing out memorial photos of the two girls for their grandparents to hand out at the funeral. That's not a movie. That's real life. And it's the reason I still can't sleep sometimes when I think about what happened on that bridge on February 13th, 2017. I'm going to tell you about that day. Not from what I saw, because I wasn't there, but from what Libby and Abby's family found out, what the investigators pieced together, what the court heard later. Just the facts. Because the facts alone are enough to make your stomach drop. Libby was 14. Abby was 13. Best friends since like elementary school. They were the kind of kids who would rather be outside than on their phones. Except Libby loved her phone because she was always capturing stuff. That's important. She loved Snapchat. She loved taking photos and videos of everything around her, just so she could remember stuff. And that habit, that little thing, is the only reason we have any idea at all what happened on that trail. They got dropped off that Monday afternoon near the Monon High Bridge. It's an old railroad bridge, super long, over 800 feet, towering about 65 feet above the creek below. There's no railing, just ties and rails and a lot of space between the boards. You look down and you see the water and the rocks. If you're not steady on your feet, you don't go. Abby was scared of heights, actually. She'd been there before, but she hated crossing. Libby was more comfortable. They went there to walk the bridge, take some pictures, hang out for a couple of hours. Their plan was simple. Get dropped off around 1 and get picked up at 3:15. Simple. Like any normal day. Like nothing else in the world. They spent time on the bridge, just talking and laughing, probably taking the usual dumb Snapchats. At 2:47 in the afternoon, Libby took a photo of Abby walking toward the end of the bridge. She posted it on Snapchat. That's the famous one, you've seen it. Abby, wearing a dark hoodie, jeans, standing on the wooden ties with the river and the woods behind her. That was the last picture anyone saw of her alive. It's creepy now, because you can tell she was happy. Not nervous, not scared. Just a girl on a bridge on a cold day, waiting for the afternoon to pass. 5 minutes later, at 2:52, Libby pulled out her phone again. But this time, she didn't take a photo. She took a video. We don't know what she was thinking. Maybe she saw something that bothered her. Maybe she wanted to record the guy because he was asking them something. We don't know. But for the next 43 seconds, she recorded a man walking behind them. He was wearing a blue jacket and jeans. He had his hands in his pockets. He walked straight toward them. And then he said it. He said, "Down the hill." Just that. Those 3 words. Low voice, kind of commanding, like he was telling the girls to do something. Not asking, telling. That's the last thing we ever heard on that recording. After that, the phone went dark. We don't know if Libby hid it, if she stuffed it in her pocket, if he took it from her. But later, when investigators found her body, they found the phone in the area. The video was still on it. It had a single entry on the timeline. 43 seconds. And that was it. Now, here's the part that gets me. The girls were supposed to meet at the trailhead at 3:15. They never showed up. Libby's dad called her phone over and over. Nothing. Then he drove out there and walked the trails shouting their names. It got dark. He called the police. A search started that night. Everybody in the area came. Search and rescue dogs, volunteers, state police. They looked for hours through the dark with flashlights, calling out their names. And nothing. No answer. Not a sound. The next morning, around noon,
The search team found them. Not on the bridge, not on the main path. They were about 50 feet off the north side of the trail, downhill near the creek. The bodies were covered in tree branches and sticks, deliberately. Someone arranged them that way. It wasn't the work of an animal. It wasn't nature. Somebody had spent time hiding them, covering them, laying the branches over the bodies like they were burying them without a grave. And when the officers moved the branches, they found the girls. Their throats had been cut. There was a lot of blood, and there were signs that whoever did this had positioned them carefully. Not just thrown, positioned. The one detail that stuck with investigators the most was the way the branches were interwoven, like a pattern, like someone was trying to send a message or perform some kind of ritual. I'm not saying it was a cult or anything, but I'm telling you that the scene was so deliberate that people in the community started whispering about symbols and occult stuff almost immediately. And the way some of those branches were placed, it looked like someone had actually taken the time to create something. Not just hide bodies, something else. That's the part that never gets talked about on the news, because the news focused on the audio and the sketch and the timeline, but the people who saw the scene, they never quite recovered. There were symbols, maybe, or just a terrible arrangement of sticks and leaves, but it was enough to make veteran cops stand around in silence. They didn't know what to make of it. And that's why the rumors started. Because you don't need rumors when you have that much blood and that much weirdness. The case went cold. Not because nobody tried. They tried hard. Thousands of tips. Over 70,000, actually. They had a sketch. They had a voice. They had the video. The whole country got pulled in. And still, nobody found the guy. 5 years went by. The families were destroyed. Libby's sister, Kelsey, who had dropped the girls off that day, had to live with that guilt even though it wasn't her fault.
The town of Delphi, which is tiny, like 3,000 people, became a place of suspicion. Everyone looked at everyone else. Neighbors betrayed neighbors. There were accusations online against innocent people. The entire community was eating itself alive because they couldn't find the monster among them. And all that time, Richard Allen was living in that same town. He worked at the local pharmacy. He was a tall, sturdy guy, glasses, friendly, the kind of person you see every day and forget. He had been in Delphi for years. He and his wife had a house just across the street from the trailhead. Seriously, he could have walked to the bridge from his living room. And on that day, he was there. He was on the trail. He even spoke to police early on. When officers were canvassing the area, he told them that he was on the trail that afternoon, that he had parked his car at the old farm building on County Road 300 North, and that he had walked to the bridge to watch the fish, and that he saw 3 girls near the bridge. He spoke to an officer voluntarily. He gave his name. He gave his story. And then he just walked away. And police didn't think twice. He was local. He wasn't suspicious. He said he was there, and that was enough. They marked his statement down, filed it, and moved on. For 5 years, that statement sat in the files, right there in front of them. The whole time they were looking for a stranger, a drifter, a serial killer, a man in a jacket walking down a trail. And he was already in the system, telling them his alibi, reminding them he was there. But he wasn't a drifter. He was a local. He had a job, a wife, a normal life. He didn't fit the profile, so they let him go. What changed? A search warrant on his home in October 2022. Something led them back to him. Maybe it was a tip. Maybe it was a new review of the file. All we know is that when they searched the house and his car, they found a gun. And when they forensically matched that gun, they found something. There was a bullet found at the crime scene between the two girls' bodies that did not belong to any of the investigators. They never released that detail for years, and when they finally ran the test, that bullet matched Richard Allen's gun. Not just the same caliber, not just the same type, but the ejector marks, the groove pattern, all of it. A perfect match. That was the nail in the coffin. So they arrested him, October 26th, 2022. This guy who had been living right there, working at the pharmacy, maybe even handling prescriptions for Libby's grandmother. When people found out, they lost their minds, because they knew him. They had hugged him at community events. He was the guy who printed out the memorial photos of Abby and Libby for the family. He literally helped make the keepsakes that people hung on their walls. And all along, he was the one who killed them. But here's where it gets even worse. Once he was in custody, waiting for trial, he started talking. And not just talking to his lawyer. He talked to his wife on the phone. He talked to anybody who would listen. Over 60 times, he confessed. He told them he was the one who planned it. He told them he was the one who took the girls down the hill. He said he did it, and then he said he didn't. He would flip back and forth. He would describe things that only the killer would know. And then he would say he made it up, that he was mentally ill, that he was under stress. His defense team claimed he had a psychotic breakdown, that his confessions were not reliable. But the prosecution had the bullet, and they had the video, and they had the fact that he placed himself on the trail. So in 2024, a jury found him guilty of 2 counts of murder. They sentenced him to 130 years in prison. No parole. And you would think that would end it. Case closed. Monster caught. But I'm telling you, the reason people in Delphi still look over their shoulders is not because they're afraid he's out there. It's because they can't stop thinking about how close it was. How many chances there were. He spoke to police and slipped away. He was there at the beginning of the investigation, talking to officers, giving them a statement. He was in the room with them. And then he spent the next 5 years doing ordinary things, working at the CVS, walking his dog, going to the grocery store, while the families were screaming for justice, while Libby's family had to listen to that voice recording over and over again, hearing the last words of their daughter captured by her own phone. The other thing that stays with me is the fact that the girls weren't just killed. They were staged. There was care in the way he placed them. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. He brought them down that hill, he had a plan, he used his knife, and then he covered them with the forest. He wanted them hidden. He wanted them placed in a certain way. And nobody knows exactly why. That's the thing that gnaws at me. Why did he arrange the branches like that? Why leave a bullet behind? Why put the branches in a pattern that made hardened detectives think of symbols? The answer might be that he was hiding the bodies in panic, just throwing sticks over them. But that photo of Abby on the bridge, the Snapchat from 247, she's standing on the bridge carefree, the day ahead of her. And 5 minutes later, a man's voice says 3 words, and from that moment on, everything changes. And the last thing those girls saw was probably that man's face, Richard Allen's face, the guy who had been living in their town the whole time, the guy who helped print their memorial photos, the guy who walked up to them on the trail and said, "Down the hill." Now, years later, the audio of that voice is still out there. people still listen to it. And the most haunting thing about it is how calm he sounds. There's no anger, no screaming, just a low, flat command. Like he'd done it before. Like he knew exactly what he was going to do. Like he wasn't worried at all. And the one question that will never go away, the one that keeps me awake, is not how many tips were missed or how many chances slipped away. It's this. When Richard Allen printed those memorial photos of Abby and Libby, when he handed them to the family and offered his condolences, do you think he smiled? Do you think he looked them in the eye? Or do you think he stood there, pressing the button on the machine, printing those faces, knowing exactly what he had done on that bridge and how he had placed their bodies under those branches, one of which might have been from the tree right behind his own house? That's the thought that won't let go, and nobody will ever know for sure, because he took that secret down the hill with him. Story 3. He had been in the shed for 9 days when the first helicopter went over. Benjamin Thomas didn't move. He stayed underneath a rusted sheet of corrugated iron, on a mattress that smelled like mice, and he didn't even turn his head. The shed wasn't a real shed. It was a tin shell behind an abandoned farmhouse in a part of New South Wales that doesn't show up on maps properly. The walls had gaps in them. You could see daylight through the cracks. There was no water, no power, no door on the back. The farmhouse had been empty for years. The grass around it was yellow and dry. December in that part of Australia isn't a gentle heat. It sits on you. It presses down on your shoulders and your neck until you stop thinking about anything else. He had 1 bottle of water, half gone. He had 2 sandwiches in a plastic bag from a service station, but they had turned sour days ago. He hadn't eaten since the day before, and even then it was nothing. He just lay there and listened. Ben used to be someone. At least he thought so. Before all of this, he had a reputation. In Sydney, people knew his name. Not on the news, not in the public sense. But the men who worked for him knew what it meant when he asked for something. He had built an operation from almost nothing, and he had built it fast. By the early 2010s, he owned massaging parlors. He owned laundromats. He owned a cleaning company. On paper, he was just a businessman from Sydney. In reality, the parlors were fronts. The cleaning company moved drugs. And the women who worked in the back rooms of those parlors weren't there by choice. People don't understand how that kind of thing starts. It doesn't start with a big decision. It starts with a small one. Ben had a contact in Thailand who owed him a favor. That contact sent one woman to Sydney. She was supposed to work in a restaurant. The restaurant didn't exist. Ben's people picked her up from the airport, took her passport, and put her in a room with a lock on the outside. She cried for the first 2 days. On the 3rd day, she stopped crying. That was the moment Ben knew the system worked. After that, it was just numbers. The drugs were easy. He had cocaine coming in through the free trade zones, hidden inside bags of coffee beans. He had meth coming from labs in Southeast Asia, packed in sealed bags that looked like commercial food packaging. The shipments went to a warehouse in Bankstown, then moved out in unmarked vans. The drivers didn't know what they were carrying. Some of them did, but they didn't ask. The ones who asked stopped working for him. The ones who asked twice disappeared. That wasn't Ben's idea. It was a name he knew, a guy from the city who handled problems. Ben never had to say the word kill. He just had to nod. He had corrupt people on his side, too. There was a council worker who made sure the zoning inspections never happened. There was a customs broker who never looked inside the boxes. There was a police officer in Parramatta who would call a payphone whenever something happened near one of Ben's properties. Ben paid them all in cash. He kept a notebook with their names, not because he wanted to, but because he knew he would need it one day. That notebook would eventually be the thing that helped destroy him, but he didn't know that yet. The women came from the Philippines, from Thailand, from Vietnam, from Malaysia. They were promised jobs in hotels. They were promised work in aged care. Some of them were told they were going to be cleaners. They got on planes with borrowed money and false hope. When they landed in Australia, they were taken to houses in the suburbs. Then they were moved to the parlors. The rooms were small. The locks were on the outside. The debt started at $20,000, then $30,000, then $40,000. It never went down. That was the point. They were told that if they ran, the debt would follow them home. The debt would find their families. That threat worked better than any violence. Ben thought he was untouchable. He was wrong. The first sign of trouble came in March of 2015. It was a Tuesday, and Ben was sitting at a cafe in Parramatta, facing the street, watching the traffic. He got a text from a forwarding agent in Melbourne. It said, "Broken part." That was the code for a problem. He didn't know what kind of problem. He put the phone down. Then another text came. Container held. Ben paid for his coffee and walked away. He got in his car and turned on the radio. That's when he heard about the ship. A container ship had docked in Melbourne. Customs officers had opened a container that was supposed to be carrying industrial filters. Instead, the container was full of people, 46 of them, women, children. They had been inside for days. There was no ventilation, no water. The heat inside the metal box had been unbearable. Some of them had scratched at the walls until their fingers were raw. A child was dead by the time the doors opened. The radio reporter couldn't finish the sentence properly. Ben sat in his car in the parking lot, engine running, and he didn't look away. He needed to know if his name was anywhere near it. His name wasn't. He had made sure of that. But he knew that container was his. He knew the people inside were meant to be his product. The footage was everywhere. A woman fell out of the container and couldn't stand. A boy was trying to wake his little sister. The police officers were wearing gloves and masks. Some of them were crying. Ben watched it like a businessman watching a loss. He didn't feel anything. That was the problem. That's what people never understood about him. He genuinely didn't feel anything. The authorities started digging. They had to. The story was too big to go away. They found the forwarding company in Malaysia. They found the shell company in Vanuatu. They found the broker in Sydney. The broker broke in 2 days. After that, the federal police put an undercover agent into Ben's network. The agent worked as a truck driver. He had a neck tattoo and rough hands, and he never asked questions. He worked at one of Ben's warehouses for 3 weeks. He loaded boxes like he'd been doing it all his life. He never looked at the paperwork. He never looked at the women. That's how he lasted. But he was recording everything. The real blow came from Samir Malik. Samir was a quiet man. He had glasses and a small beard, and he sat in the back of a laundromat in Western Sydney, doing Ben's books. He counted cash, paid the cleaners, kept the ledgers in order. Ben trusted him because Samir never asked questions. Samir saw things. Everyone saw things. But Samir acted like none of it existed. Ben didn't know that Samir had a sister who had disappeared in 2014. She had flown into Sydney from the Philippines, and nobody ever saw her again. Samir had spent 2 years trying to get answers from the police, from the airport, from anyone. No one could help him, so he decided to help himself. Samir started copying documents. He copied invoices, shipping records, names, dates, amounts. He kept a folder in a locker at the train station. He wrote lists of the girls working in Ben's parlors. He matched them to the dates they arrived in Australia. Then, for 3 months, Samir wore a wire under his shirt. He recorded conversations. He recorded Ben talking about a new shipment from Cambodia. He recorded Ben talking about restocking the house in Bankstown. He recorded the way Ben's voice changed when he said the word girls. That word had a particular weight to it. Samir recorded all of it and gave it to the police. When Ben thinks back on that now, on the mattress in the shed, he still can't understand why Samir did it. Not because he thinks Samir was loyal, but because Samir had the most to lose. He had a wife. He had a child. Ben knew these things. He knew everything about everyone who worked for him. But he didn't know that Samir's loyalty didn't belong to him. It belonged to a sister he never got to bury. The raids happened in December of 2016. Police hit 6 properties at the same time. They arrested Ben's bodyguard, his warehouse manager, 2 drivers, and a man who worked in the basement of one of the parlors. Ben was not at his usual place. He had been staying in a small unit in the city, away from the others. He woke up to a phone call from a lawyer. The lawyer used a code. The code meant run. Ben didn't ask questions. He put on a jacket, left through the fire exit, and walked to a bus depot. He had a go bag hidden in a lock-up garage. He used cash to buy a used car from a dealer who didn't ask questions. He was out of the city before midday. The manhunt was massive. His face was on the news, on the front pages, on the screens above the bar. But alive, he looked different. He had grown a beard in a week. He had lost weight. He was sleeping in his car. He drove through the Blue Mountains, then down toward the coast, then back inland. He avoided the highways. He paid cash for food. He ended up at the shed because a man owed him a favor. That man didn't know who he was at first. Ben told him he was a surveyor. The man believed him until the news came on the television at the pub. Then he argued with himself for a whole night. In the morning, he made the call. On the day of his capture, Ben woke up to the sound of sheep. The sun was already high. The air through the gaps in the tin was thick and hot. He had been awake most of the night watching the dark, listening for cars. No car had come. His body ached. His hands were dirty. His mouth tasted like copper. He thought about the container in Melbourne. He thought about the woman who fell out and couldn't stand. He thought about Maria. Maria was different. She had been trafficked into a brothel in Lakemba. She was small, with a scar over her left eyebrow. She had come to Australia thinking she would work in a hotel. Instead, she ended up in a room that used to be a pantry. It had a tin roof, and in summer the heat was so bad she couldn't sleep. She owed a debt that started at $30,000. Ben remembered the day he told her about the debt. He remembered the way she looked at him. It wasn't angry. It was something worse. It was a kind of calm, as if she had already decided she would not die there. That calm scared Ben. He didn't know why. She was the one who wrote the note. She wrote it on a scrap of paper and passed it to a client. The client was the undercover police officer. That was a coincidence, but it worked. After the raids, Ben didn't sleep. He lay in the shed and listened to the wind. He heard the helicopter around midday. It came from the east, low enough to shake the tin. He pressed himself flat against the ground, under the rusted iron sheet. He didn't move. The helicopter circled twice and left. He told himself it was nothing. But he knew it wasn't nothing. He had been in the shed too long. His car was hidden under a tarpaulin behind the farmhouse, but the tarpaulin had blown off the back bumper 2 days earlier. The bumper was silver and clean. It caught the light like a signal. Someone had seen it. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he heard a car stop on the dirt road. The engine went quiet. But no doors opened. That was the first sign. People who come to a farm don't sit in a car. They get out. They talk. They open the gate. Not these people. The silence was wrong. Ben stopped breathing. He heard a walkie-talkie crackle. Then a dog barked. It wasn't a farm dog. It was a low, thick bark. A police dog. The sound came closer. Then a man's voice said something quiet, and the dog went silent. Ben didn't know it then, but the farmer who owned the property had seen the news at the pub the night before. He had driven back and looked through the kitchen window at the shed. He had seen the shape of a man in the dark. He had called the number on the news. The police surrounded the shed. 4 officers. They wore vests and heavy gloves. One of them carried a ram. They walked through the tall grass slowly, boots crunching on the dry earth. The dog was on a leash, ears forward. Ben stayed under the iron sheet. He had a decision to make. He could run out the back, but he knew the back was open field. There was nowhere to go. He could hold on to the sheet and wait. But that wouldn't change anything. So he did the only thing he could do. He sat up. The light hit him hard. His eyes were red. His beard was thick. His shirt was stained with sweat and rust. He raised his hands above his head. The police officer shouted at him, but Ben didn't hear the words. He only heard the sound of his own heartbeat. The dog sat down and stared at him. That was worse than anything. The dog wasn't growling, it was watching. Watching like it knew exactly what he was. They pulled him out. They handcuffed him. They searched him. They found cash in his socks. They found a phone in a zipper pocket. They found a folded piece of paper in the lining of his jacket. Ben knew the paper was there. He had been carrying it for days. The paper had names on it. Names of people he had paid. Names of people who had helped him. His informants. His contacts. The last name on the paper was Malik. It was crossed out. But crossing out a name doesn't erase it. They put him in the back of the police van. The door slammed shut. The light changed. Ben looked down at his hands. He could feel the paper leaving his body, like a part of him had already been cut away. He didn't say anything. He didn't ask for a lawyer. He just sat in the metal box and let the van start moving. The trial happened later. Maria testified. She stood in the witness box, small and quiet, and she told a courtroom of strangers what had happened to her. She told them about the pantry room. She told them about the debt. She told them about the night she wrote the word help on a piece of paper and passed it to a man she didn't know. When she finished, the room was silent. Ben sat in the dock and watched her. He did not look away once. He was given a life sentence. The case changed the law. Survivors formed organizations. The news cycle moved on. But there was one thing that never got answered. The paper they found in Ben's jacket, the one with Malik's name crossed out, had another name on it. The name was written in pencil. It had been mostly erased, but not completely. A forensic examiner found it. The name was Samir, not last name. just Samir. And underneath the name there was a question mark. Samir Malik was placed in a witness protection program. He was given a new identity. He was moved to a different state. Years later, he asked the police for his sister's passport. The passport had been found in a waterproof bag under a rock in the Blue Mountains, along with cash and a set of GPS coordinates. The coordinates led to a point in the ocean off the coast of Vietnam. The police never sent anyone to check. They didn't know what they would find. They didn't want to know. Ben was asked about the coordinates once by a detective who couldn't let go of the case. Ben didn't answer. He just smiled. That smile has never been explained. The detective still thinks about it. He still has a copy of the passport photo on his desk. In the photo, Samir's sister is holding a small child. The child's face is blurred. The child has never been identified. No birth record, no missing person report, no name. And Ben Thomas, the only person who might know who that child was, has spent every day since his sentencing in a cell, saying nothing. He still hasn't told anyone what the coordinates mean. He still hasn't told anyone why he smiled. He's not going to. Story 4. Melinda Jean Hogland woke up on May 4th, 2024 on the floor. Not on a bed, not on a mattress. The carpet was stained and rough, and it smelled like old dust and dog food. She was 12 years old. She weighed 50 pounds. You could count every rib through her shirt. She knew that because she did. She had done it a lot. Her left ankle was cuffed. That was normal. There was a metal cuff around her ankle, the kind you use for a dog leash, and it was padlocked to a chain. The chain ran to a table leg that was too heavy for her to move. The cuff had plastic on the inside when it was first put on, but that plastic wore away months ago. Now it was just raw metal against raw skin. There were sores around her ankle, old ones and new ones. The new ones came from moving. Even in her sleep, she couldn't keep still enough without making it worse. The cameras were always on. You could see them from anywhere in the room. One sat on top of the dresser, angled down. Another was in the corner near the ceiling. When they moved, they made a motor sound, a soft click. They were not there for protection. They were there to watch her. Cindy Warren liked to watch her on the phone from the kitchen. She liked to open the microphone and speak into it. Her voice came out of a small speaker near the ceiling. That was the first thing Melinda heard that morning. A click, then Cindy's voice. The voice said one word: up. Melinda tried to get up. Her hands were shaking. She pushed her body off the floor, and her arms gave out. She fell back down. This was not new, but it was worse. Every day it got worse. She had not eaten anything in 2 days. The last thing she ate was a piece of bread, but it was old and hard, and she had to soak it in faucet water to chew it. That had been May 2nd. She didn't know dates, but she counted days by how her stomach felt. Her stomach felt glued to her spine. Rendell Hogland was her father. He was in the kitchen. She could hear him moving around. She heard him open a cabinet, then a drawer. She heard a spoon tap against a bowl. He was making breakfast. Melinda was not allowed to have breakfast. That was one of the rules. Cindy made the rules. Rendell followed them. Cindy came into the room a few minutes later. She stood over Melinda. She was holding a coffee cup. She looked down and said something like, "Don't start that." Melinda tried to get up again. This time she made it to her knees. Her arms were shaking. Cindy watched her. She didn't help her. She just watched. Then she walked out. That was when the exercise part of the day started. It happened every day. Cindy would say the word, and the microphone would click on. Melinda had to hold books over her head.
They were two heavy books, not kid books. One was a dictionary. The other was a large hardcover book that had been sitting in the house for years. She had to stand with her arms straight up, holding the books level. If her arms dropped below a certain point, Cindy would click the microphone and say, "Again." That meant she had to start over. Melinda had been doing this for months. Her shoulders popped every time she moved them. Her muscles were gone. Her arms were thin all the way down to the bone. The first time she dropped a book, it hit the carpet with a soft, heavy sound. The microphone clicked. Cindy's voice said, "Pick it up." Melinda picked it up. Her arms went back over her head. The camera moved, zooming in on her. The red light on the camera was bright. It was the only thing she could see if she looked up. She did not cry. She stopped crying a long time ago. Crying made it worse. Crying meant they would take away her water. Crying meant they would make her do more. So she didn't cry. She just stood there, holding the books, watching her own hands shake. The first time she collapsed was around 10 in the morning. She didn't plan it. Her body just stopped working. Her legs folded, and she dropped. The books landed on the floor. One of them hit the corner of the table. It made a loud crack. Her head hit the floor after that. She felt the impact in her jaw. She tasted blood on her lip. For a moment, nothing happened. The camera stayed on her. It clicked once. Then Rendell appeared in the doorway. He looked at her. He didn't walk in. He stood in the doorway like he was checking whether she was breathing. She was.
She was looking at him. He saw her eyes open. He turned and walked away. Cindy did not come in, but the microphone clicked, and her voice came through the speaker. "Get up!" Melinda tried. She rolled onto her side. She could not stand. She tried to crawl to the wall. She only made it a few inches. The chain on her ankle stopped her. It was not long enough to reach the door, not long enough to reach the water bowl in the corner. The water bowl was a metal dog bowl. It was always filled, but it was always one step beyond the chain. She could see it. She could smell it. She could not touch it. At around 11, Melinda started shaking. It was not fear. It was something inside her body, a bad current running through her. She lay on the carpet and shook. Her hands opened and closed. Her teeth chattered. She wet herself. It was warm, and then it was cold. She lay in it. The camera recorded all of it. Rendell came back in at some point. He had a glass of water in his hand. This was not generosity. He knelt down and lifted her head. He tried to pour water into her mouth. Some of it went in, but she could not swallow. It ran down her chin and onto the carpet. She wanted to say something. She could not form words. Her tongue was swollen. It filled her mouth like a piece of dead meat. He looked at her face. Then he put her head down on the floor and stood up. He stepped out of the room. He didn't call anyone. This happened in West Cawn Township, Chester County, Pennsylvania. A house in a quiet, rural area. Neighbors were close enough to see the roof, but not close enough to know what was happening inside. And the house had security cameras. The cameras were supposed to make the house safer. Instead, they recorded everything. Melinda was not supposed to be alone with Cindy Warren. There was a court order. The order said Cindy Warren could not be responsible for her. Cindy Warren had a previous conviction for child endangerment. The family court knew that. The paperwork said it clearly. Rendell Hogland knew that too. He ignored it. He let Cindy move in. He let Cindy run the house. He let Cindy set the rules for Melinda. Melinda was pulled out of school before the end of the year. There were no more teachers, no more classmates. No one saw her losing weight. No one saw her come to school with bruises. She was isolated. She was hidden. And the cameras were there to make sure she stayed hidden. If she screamed, the camera microphone would make her stop. No, the cameras didn't stop anything. They just recorded. At some point in the afternoon, Cindy walked past the room. She was carrying a glass of water. She stopped in the doorway. Melinda could see the glass. She could see the sweat on the outside. Cindy stood there and looked at her. Then Cindy lifted the glass to her mouth and drank from it. She drank the whole glass in front of Melinda, slowly. Then she set the empty glass down on the floor just outside the door. She walked away. The glass stayed there. Melinda stared at it. For a long time, she stared at it. That was the worst part of the video. Not the books, not the chain, not the beatings. It was that glass. It was the small, clear glass sitting on the floor, 3 feet away from a child who could not reach it. It was still there when police walked through the house 18 hours later. Melinda lost consciousness for real around 2 in the afternoon. That's not an estimate. The camera timestamp is clear. She was lying on her side. Her eyes were open for a while, but she was not looking at anything. Then her eyes closed. Her chest was still moving, but she was gone, not dead. She was just not there anymore. Rendell checked on her again around 5. He lifted her arm and let it drop. It dropped. Her head rolled to the side. He did not call for help. He sat down at the kitchen table where Cindy was sitting. The kitchen camera caught them at the table. They ate something. They had plates. They were talking. It was casual. Then Rendell got up and went back to the room. He came back with a blanket. The video shows him putting the blanket over her, up to her chin. It looks like he is covering a piece of furniture. 18 hours passed. From the time Melinda stopped responding, 18 hours passed before anybody called. Rendell waited. Cindy waited. They waited all through the night. They watched TV. They went to bed. They got up. The camera in the hallway caught one of them walking past the room at 3 in the morning and not opening the door. At around 4 in the morning, Rendell called 911. He told the dispatcher that his daughter had been in a bike accident. He said she fell off her bike earlier. He said she had not woken up. He said she was breathing but not responding. He didn't mention the chain. He didn't mention the books. He didn't mention the 18 hours. Paramedics arrived. They lifted her onto the stretcher. One of them said later that she weighed less than his equipment bag. They pulled back the blanket. Her arms were covered in bruises. They saw the mark around her ankle. They saw a pattern of metal marks that went all the way around the skin. The ankle was swollen, and there was an open sore that had been there long enough to turn yellow. At the hospital, doctors worked on her. Her organs were shutting down. Her stomach was hard and distended. There was fluid pooling in her abdomen. She was severely dehydrated. Her body temperature was too low. An X-ray showed stress fractures in both legs. She had old broken ribs that had healed at odd angles. She had a fresh break in her collarbone. There were more than 75 bruises on her body, in different colors, different stages, different ages. Some were healing. Some were day-old. Some were so deep they were not visible until her skin was cleaned. She died on the operating table. The autopsy said the cause of death was starvation and blunt force trauma. A 12-year-old girl reduced to 50 pounds, with the inside of her body damaged beyond repair. The word starvation was in the report. The word homicide was in the report. They arrested Rendell Hoagland and Cindy Warren. They were charged with murder, kidnapping, and a long list of other charges. The district attorney said he would seek the death penalty. At the house, police collected the cameras and the memory cards. There were cameras in the living room, the hallway, the kitchen, and the room where Melinda had been locked. There were hours of footage. People who watched the footage said it was not a spontaneous act. It was a system. It was routine. It was planned. The chains were not a one-time punishment. The cuffs were not temporary. The books were part of a schedule. The meals were denied according to rules. The exercise was punishment. The camera was there to enforce it. Cindy Warren used the camera to speak to Melinda from another room. Rendell used the camera to check on her without having to look at her. The dehumanization was calculated. She was not a child. She was a thing to control, to watch, to break. The last thing on the bedside table was a water glass. It wasn't Melinda's. It was the one Cindy drank from and left on the floor outside the room. The police moved it, bagged it, labeled it. The water ring left behind stayed on the carpet for weeks. Melinda's sisters have started a campaign for Melinda's Law. They want a registry for child abusers, something like the sex offender registry. They want people to know the names and faces of these adults before they move into a neighborhood. It is a good thing. It is the right thing. It will probably take years. It will not bring her back. But there is one detail that gets stuck in my head. It is not in the public reports. It is in the video from the hallway camera, in the last hour before the ambulance arrived. Rendell is in the frame. He is standing in front of the door to Melinda's room. He doesn't open it. He just stands there. Then he turns his head and he says something. The audio is not clear, but you can make out the words. He says you were supposed to wake up, like it was her fault. Like a 12-year-old girl who starved to 50 pounds chose not to wake up. Like her body failed him instead of the other way around. The camera kept recording. The hallway was empty. The door was closed. And somewhere inside that room, on the floor, was a glass of water that somebody had placed just out of reach. The ambulance came. They took her away. The cameras were still on. They recorded the stretcher going out. They recorded Rendell in the kitchen, waiting to be handcuffed. They recorded the empty room where the chains still lay on the carpet. No one came to turn it off. The end. Story 5. In September of 2006, East St. Louis was sitting under a heat that didn't want to break. The kind of dirty, wet heat that makes you feel like the whole city is sweating through its pores. Nobody wanted to be outside. People kept their doors locked and their windows shut because the air conditioning was struggling and the smell from the river was worse than usual. But the smell that people remember from that week wasn't coming from the river. It was coming from inside an apartment on the south side, and by the time the police got there, the smell had already made its way into the hallway. The officers didn't go there because a neighbor called. They went there because a man called, a Navy guy stationed just across the river in Missouri, who had been talking to a woman he was sleeping with. That woman was Tiffany Hall. And what she told him was so strange and so dark that he sat on his bunk for 2 hours before he picked up the phone and told military police that he thought a girl he knew had killed her friend. He said she had told him she cut a baby out of a woman. He said she kept talking about a miscarriage and burial, and the words wouldn't stop coming out. The military police passed it to East St. Louis PD, and a couple of patrol cars were sent to check on the address. Later, a lot of people said the smell should have been enough, that the apartment complex had been carrying that stench for almost 2 days, and nobody did anything. But the truth is, people in that neighborhood know what dead animals smell like. they know what rotting garbage smells like. And there was a sort of logic to it, because the trash pickup had been late, and there were dumpsters behind the building that hadn't been emptied in a week. So people put up with it. They just didn't know that what they were smelling was a 7-year-old boy, a 2-year-old boy, and a 1-year-old girl. All of them shoved into the washing machine and the dryer in the utility room of that apartment. 2 patrol officers got out of their car that afternoon. The apartment was on the 2nd floor. The door wasn't locked, which was the first thing that felt wrong, because everyone in that building locked their doors, even when they were home. They knocked, nobody answered. They pushed the door open, and the smell hit them like a wall. Not just garbage. Something fleshy and sweet and thick. One of them put his forearm over his mouth. They called out for a woman named Jamela Tonstal. They had a missing person report that linked her to this address. But there was no answer. The apartment was messy. Not crazy messy, but lived-in messy. Dishes in the sink, toys on the floor, a couch with a blanket thrown over it. There was a small pair of sneakers near the bathroom door. A girl's sneaker, pink with a scuffed toe. The bathroom itself had water on the floor, like the bathtub had been used recently and somebody didn't bother to clean up. But there was no body in the bathroom. They checked the bedroom, nothing. The kitchen, nothing. And then they reached the utility room at the back, a little alcove that held a washer and dryer, old white machines with a few rust spots. The washing machine was the first thing they noticed, because the lid wasn't completely closed. There was a little gap and something that looked like a dark cloth sticking out. But it wasn't cloth. It was a small hand. A child's hand, dried out and grayish, the fingers curled just slightly. The officer who saw it didn't scream. He just stood there for a second, then turned around and threw up right there in the hallway. The other officer didn't believe him at first. He thought maybe it was a doll, but then he stepped closer and saw the tiny nail beds, the little knuckles, and he knew. They opened the washing machine lid, and what was inside had no shape left. Just a mess of small limbs and towels and plastic bags. The little boy, Demond, had been stuffed in first, his body folded and pressed low. The other 2 children were packed in on top of him like they were laundry. The dryer had the rest of the bodies. Janelle, the baby girl, was in there, starting to bloat. Even the 2-year-old was on the floor behind the dryer, wrapped in a black plastic bag. Later, when they did the autopsies, they found that all 3 had drowned. Their lungs were full of bath water. The bathtub was still damp. The water that had been used to drown them had been drained away, but the damage was still there, collected in their little bodies. Nobody on the force that day had ever seen anything like that. Not in East St. Louis, and that's saying something. The officers who were there said that for hours afterward, they couldn't smell anything except that smell. It was in their clothes, in their noses, in their mouths. 2 of them went to a gas station and bought cheap cologne and sprayed it all over themselves, but it didn't help. They kept seeing that little hand. The investigation started immediately. They found a phone number on the missing person report. Jamela Tonstal's family. When they called, they found out that Jamela had been missing since the night she went to see Tiffany Hall. That name, Tiffany Hall. The same woman whose boyfriend had made the phone call. The same woman who lived in that apartment complex, 2 doors down, in a unit that had been empty for months. Police went there and found nobody. But they found other things. A pair of scissors on the kitchen counter. There was blood on the handles and blood on the blades. And in the bedroom, There was a piece of paper with a name written on it, a boy's name. And there were bags of baby clothes, new ones, still with tags. At the time, nobody understood what the scissors meant. But then Tiffany Hall was found, and she started talking. She didn't stop talking. That's the thing people don't expect. When they arrested her, she wasn't crying and she wasn't fighting. She was calm. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, but she was calm. And she went straight into the confession, into the kind of details that made the detective ask her to slow down, because even he couldn't keep up. She said that she and Jamela had been best friends since they were teenagers, that they told each other everything. Jamela was pregnant, was carrying her fourth child, a baby girl. Tiffany was supposedly pregnant too, but she wasn't. She was faking it. She had been faking it for months, wrapping a pillow around her middle or stuffing a towel under her shirt whenever her Navy boyfriend came to visit. She wanted to keep him. He was her ticket out. He had a future. He was clean, he had a steady paycheck, and he hadn't gotten her pregnant, so she had to make him believe she was carrying his child. But as the months went by, she knew she had to produce a baby. And the only woman she knew who was due around the same time was Jamela. On the night of September 16th, Tiffany went to Jamela's apartment. She brought a duffel bag with duct tape, scissors, and a pair of kitchen gloves. Jamela opened the door without thinking. She trusted Tiffany. She let her in and put the kids to bed. And then Tiffany hit her from behind with something heavy. Not hard enough to knock her out completely, but hard enough to stun her. Jamela fell to the floor. Tiffany used the duct tape to bind her hands and feet. She taped her mouth. Jamela was awake, bleeding from the back of her head, her eyes open, watching Tiffany. What happened next is the part that the detective could not stop thinking about. Tiffany did not kill Jamela first. She did not wait for Jamela to die. She knelt over her, put her hand on Jamela's belly, and she took the scissors. She cut into Jamela's abdomen. Jamela was alive. There was no anesthesia, no skill, no idea what she was doing. She just cut down, through skin, through tissue, and pulled out the baby. The baby was alive. The cut hadn't harmed her. She was covered in blood and vernix, and she was crying. Tiffany cut the cord with the same scissors. And then she looked at the baby and realized what she had done. Jamela was dying, her blood spreading on the floor. The baby was small and purple and struggling. Tiffany said she put the baby on the kitchen counter and wrapped her in a towel. She said the baby stopped breathing after a few minutes. She said it was a girl. Jamela didn't die right away. She lived long enough for Tiffany to clean up the scene, to wrap Jamela in sheets and drag her out to a waiting car, to drive to an abandoned garage and dump her body. Jamela was found there later, her hands still taped, her body still warm enough that they could tell she had been alive for a long time after the cut was made. She died from the trauma and the bleeding, but the last thing she had seen in this world was her best friend pulling her unborn child out of her body. Tiffany went back to the apartment. She said she was thinking about her boyfriend. She couldn't tell him she had miscarried because she had never been pregnant, so she told him that the stress had made her go into early labor, that the baby was born too early, that the baby died, and that she was so broken up about it that she needed a few days alone. He believed her. He sent her money for the funeral. He told her they would try again. She posted something on her social media about her angel baby. She named the baby. She didn't say the name in the confession, but the police found it written on that piece of paper. What she did with the dead baby girl is almost too much to write. She buried her, not in a cemetery, not even in a proper grave. She dug a shallow hole in the backyard of a vacant house and put the baby in the ground. Just that. No marker, no box, no words, just dirt. The police found the body later. The infant girl's arms were no bigger around than a pencil. And then, 3 days after Jamela was killed, Tiffany went back to Jamela's apartment. The children were there. Jamela's mother had stopped by, but Tiffany sent her away. She said she was taking care of them, that Jamela had asked her to, that everything was fine. She fed them, she gave them baths, and that night she filled the bathtub with water. She didn't use a lot of water. She didn't need a lot. She lowered the 7-year-old into the bath first. Demond was a big enough boy that he could have fought. But he knew Tiffany. He was a kid who had been taught to listen to adults. He trusted her. He didn't scream for help until it was too late. Then she did the same to the 2-year-old and the baby. She held them under. She watched them go still. Then she dried them off, dressed them, and put them in the washing machine and the dryer. She said she did it because she didn't want them to be alone with a dead mother. She said she did it because she was afraid they would ask too many questions. She said she did it because she didn't have any money to feed them, and Jamela was gone. She tried to make it sound like she was doing them a favor, but her eyes were dry when she said it, and that made the detective feel cold in a way he didn't have words for. The police found the baby after Tiffany confessed. They found Jamela. They found the children in the machines. And then, because the Navy boyfriend's tip had been the thing that started the whole investigation, they went and talked to him. He said he didn't know about the children. He said Tiffany only ever cried about the miscarriage. He said he loved her. He said he didn't believe it was true, not until police showed him the photographs of the washing machine. And then he turned away and didn't speak again. Tiffany Hall was charged with murder. All of it. The deaths of Jamela and her 4 children, because the baby girl she cut out had been alive. She was alive before Tiffany put the scissors in. The state called it a multiple homicide. They wanted the death penalty, but Tiffany's lawyers pleaded guilty and accepted life without parole. Tiffany sat in court with no expression. She didn't look at Jamela's family. She didn't blink. When the judge announced the sentence, she just stood there like she was waiting for something else. A few people in the gallery screamed. Someone threw a shoe. Tiffany's own mother sat in the back row and cried. But Tiffany didn't cry. The last time the detective who took her confession saw her, she was being led out of the courthouse. She turned around and looked at him, and she said something. He said he'd never forget it. She said, "I just wanted him to stay." No one knows if she meant the Navy boyfriend. No one knows if she meant the baby. No one knows if she meant the little boy she drowned first, the one who never made a sound until it was too late. But the detective said that when she said it, she was smiling. That's the part that still doesn't go away. Not the blood, not the scissors, not the small hand sticking out of the washing machine. It's that smile, because it stayed on her face until they put her in the van. And after the van door closed, people on the sidewalk saw her press her face against the little window and keep smiling right up until the van pulled away. And to this day, nobody who saw it can say for sure who she was looking at. Story 6. Sarah Monroe doesn't talk about the summer of 2009 much. She doesn't have to. The scar around her wrists is still there, faint, but there. And every time she sees a white Ford Ranger, she feels her stomach drop. She was 14 years old, living in Enid, Oklahoma, with her mom in a small apartment that didn't have air conditioning. The summer had been brutal. One of those Oklahoma heat waves where the air feels like it's pressing down on you. And the only place she could afford to spend her afternoons was the public library downtown. She'd walk there almost every day, read a few books, sit in the cool air, and then walk home before her mom got off work. It was a simple routine. She never thought twice about it. July 2nd, 2009. That's the day. Sarah left the library around 4:30. She remembered because she'd stayed until the librarian gave her a look that said it was time to go. She had a backpack with a couple of paperbacks, a bottle of water that was already warm, and a library card in her back pocket. Her usual route home was down the sidewalk past the old grain silos, then a cut through a dirt lot that saved her about 10 minutes. She'd done it 100 times. The lot was full of dead grass and scattered glass and old tires. Nobody stopped there. Nobody used it except as a shortcut. The truck came up beside her just after she entered the lot. She noticed it because it was moving slow. A white Ford Ranger, one of the older models with a toolbox in the bed and a rusted tailgate. She didn't look at the driver. She kept walking. But the truck kept pace with her. Then the engine kind of rumbled, and the driver leaned across the seat and rolled down the passenger window. He said, "Hey, are you Sarah?" She stopped because she was the only Sarah she knew, and she was stupid enough to think maybe it was something about her mom. He looked like a handyman, ball cap, work shirt, sunburned face. He said her mom worked at the insurance office on Broadway, and he had just left there. He said her mom had sent him to pick her up because there was a family emergency. Sarah asked what happened. He said he didn't know, just that her mom was upset and told him to find her. He said, "Get in, honey." Sarah hesitated. She knew her mom wouldn't send a stranger unless something was really wrong, but she was scared, and the fact that the man knew where her mom worked made it feel real. She walked to the truck and put her hand on the door handle. The metal was so hot from the sun, it almost burned her. She was about to ask again what was wrong when he said something that didn't fit. He said, "She said you'd need a ride because you got that bike." Sarah didn't have a bike. She had never had a bike in Enid because you couldn't ride on the roads around there without getting killed. That one wrong detail is what saved her in her head later, because it told her he was lying. But by then, he had already pushed the door open and grabbed her arm. She tried to pull back. He was already out of the truck. It didn't feel like a movie. There was no time to scream. He caught her by the back of her neck and pushed her face first into the truck. The door frame hit her shoulder. She tried to kick, but he got behind her and shoved her legs in and closed the door. The locks clicked. She was in the cab, crumpled on the floorboard, and he was already behind the wheel. He didn't say anything. He just started driving. Sarah couldn't see where they were going because her face was against the floor mat. She could smell old fast food, grease, and something metallic. She started to scream, and he reached over without looking and taped her mouth. He had the tape in the center console. He pressed it across her mouth with one hand while driving. Then he took a piece of rope from under the seat and tied her wrists behind her back. He did it like someone who had done it before. He pulled the rope tight enough that her hands went numb within a minute. She remembers the sound of the rope scraping the floor when he dragged her upright and put her in the passenger seat. He didn't look at her. He just drove with his left hand, and with his right he kept her pushed down when they passed other cars. It took maybe 20 minutes. At some point, the road turned to gravel. She could hear the rocks hitting the bottom of the truck. Then the truck stopped and he cut the engine. He got out and came around to her side. He opened the door and grabbed her by the hair and pulled her out. She fell on her knees in the dirt. She saw a barn. It was old, gray wood, with half the roof missing and corrugated metal hanging off one side like a loose tooth. There was no house, no other buildings, nothing but fields and trees. He pulled her inside by the rope around her wrists. The floor was dirt, packed hard. There were old bales of hay, a broken plow, rusted cans. She could see the sky through the roof in places, but the corners were dark. There was a chain hanging from one of the beams. He attached the rope to the chain with a padlock and left her there. She stayed in that barn for 6 hours. She didn't have a watch. She could tell time by the sun through the boards. He left her alone for a long time. At some point, he came back. She heard boots outside and the door opened. He stood in the doorway with his hands in his pockets and watched her. He didn't come close. He didn't say a word. He just stood there. Then he closed the door and she heard the truck start up and drive away. She thought he was leaving her to die. She tried to pull the chain out of the beam. She tried to chew through the rope. She screamed under the tape until her throat hurt. She kicked at the empty bucket they'd left near her, and it rolled and hit the wall. The noise was so loud in that empty barn that she almost stopped breathing. It was the only sound she had made in hours. Meanwhile, her mom had called the police at 6:30. Sarah hadn't come home. The police took the report, and someone started checking the trail between the library and the apartment. They found her backpack in the empty lot near the silos. It had been thrown on the ground, books scattered, library cards still inside. That's when they knew it was bad. The waitress came next. She worked at a diner just off the highway, about 15 miles north of Enid. She saw the white Ford Ranger parked by the old barn earlier that day. She had noticed it because the barn had been abandoned for years, and the truck had been there 2 or 3 times that week, which was strange. When she heard about the missing girl, she called. She gave the plate number. The plate came back to a Daniel Whitaker, 42, a handyman who lived in Enid. That was the tip that cracked the whole thing open. Deputies found the barn just before 9:30. They came up the dirt road with their lights off. Sarah heard the engine first. She thought it was him coming back, and she pressed herself into the corner as far as the chain would let her. Then she heard a man's voice, not his, calling out, "Sheriff's office. If someone's in there, call out." She couldn't call out because of the tape. She made the only sound she could. She hummed through her nose, loud and desperate. The door swung open. A flashlight hit her eyes and she squinted. She couldn't see their faces, just shapes. One of the deputies ran to her and cut the rope with a knife. The first thing she said when the tape came off was, "I'm sorry," and she didn't know why. The deputy kept saying her name. Sarah, Sarah, like he knew her. He said, "You're safe now. You're safe now." But she couldn't feel safe. She was shaking so hard her teeth were chattering. She had been in that barn long enough that she'd forgotten what the inside of her own house looked like. They carried her out to the patrol car, wrapped her in a blanket that smelled like the back seat of a police car, old coffee and sweat and pepper spray. They gave her water. She couldn't hold it. She kept spilling. The paramedics came and cut off the rope around her wrists. The rope had cut into the skin and left deep red marks, and one of her hands was bleeding from where she'd tried to work it loose. They put her in an ambulance and drove her to the hospital. She remembers the sirens and then the quiet of the hospital room, and the fluorescent lights, and her mom's face in the doorway. The police didn't stop. They had Whitaker's address from the plate. Around the same time the ambulance was pulling into the hospital, a couple of detectives were walking through his house. It was a small house on the north side of Enid, a one-story place with a patchy lawn and a taped-up screen door. It didn't look like the house of someone who would do what he did. But when they got inside, it made sense. The living room wall was covered in newspaper clippings. All of them were articles about missing girls. Girls from Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, even one from Texas. Some were from years ago. He had pinned them up with thumbtacks and drawn lines between them with a ballpoint pen. Underneath the clippings was a desk. On the desk were old VHS tapes, stacked in neat piles. The labels were handwritten with initials and dates. There must have been 20 or 30 tapes. Some of the initials matched names in the news articles. Some didn't match anyone. On a shelf near the TV, there was a VCR and a stack of blank tapes. The detectives put one in. It was just a girl at a gas station, filling up a car, maybe 15 or 16, not aware she was being watched. Another tape showed a girl through a window at night, the camera zooming in on her sleeping in her bedroom. Another showed a girl walking down a school hallway. It wasn't pornographic. It was worse. It was obsession. The tapes had dates going back to the late 90s. He'd been following girls for over 10 years before he took Sarah. Then they found the notebook. A spiral notebook with a black cover, the kind you can buy at any Walmart. The first few pages were maps and plans. He had written things like entry points and cleanup supplies and disposal locations. He had hand-drawn diagrams of the barn, with arrows showing where to put the truck so nobody would see it. Farther in, the handwriting got looser and harder to read, and the tone got more personal. He wrote about his work. He wrote about practice. He wrote that he had started late, but he was making up for it. There were dates and initials, and some pages had names crossed out. One page had a name scratched out so hard the paper tore. Detectives have never been able to read that name. The last page in the notebook had Sarah's name in block letters, with the date. Underneath, he'd written the words Day 1. That's what the police told her later. They didn't tell her about the other pages for a long time. Whitaker, meanwhile, was gone. He had parked his truck near the Kansas border and left it in a grove of trees. Around midnight, a state trooper spotted a man walking down a gravel road about 2 miles south of the state line. He was wearing the same ball cap, and he had a duffel bag over his shoulder. The trooper pulled up behind him and called out. By then, there was an APB out on Whitaker, and the trooper recognized the name. Whitaker didn't run. He put his hands up and said, "Okay." When they brought him in, a deputy was putting him in the holding cell. According to the deputy, Whitaker looked at the wall, not at the deputy, and said, "I wasn't finished." The deputy asked what he meant. Whitaker didn't answer. He just sat down on the bench. In the end, the evidence was too much. He took a plea deal, no jury, no trial. Life without parole. He didn't make a statement. He didn't apologize. During sentencing, a prosecutor read a list of the initials in the notebook, and he asked Whitaker if those were real people. Whitaker almost smiled and said, "Everybody's real." That wasn't a joke. The courtroom went silent. Sarah spent a few days in the hospital, and then months in a kind of fog. She had nightmares about the barn. She couldn't sleep without a light on. She stopped walking anywhere. For a long time, she couldn't remember the sound of the waitress's voice because she never met her. She only knows that a woman saw a truck in a place it shouldn't have been, and that woman saved her life. The waitress never came forward publicly. There's one thing Sarah still thinks about. The tapes. After the trial, the police kept them. They spent years trying to identify the girls in the footage. Some they found. The footage was from convenience stores, parking lots, school bus stops, living room windows. But there were tapes that didn't match any missing persons report. One tape in particular was labeled with a single initial and a date. The tape showed the inside of a room. A girl was sitting on a mattress against a wall. She wasn't moving. Her mouth was taped. A timer ran on the tape for 40 minutes. At the very end, the girl starts to say something, and the tape cuts off. The last thing on that tape is her voice saying, "My name is," and then the screen goes black. Police still don't know who she is. They don't know if she's alive. Whitaker never said. He just said the same thing he said the day he was caught. I wasn't finished. Story 7. That day, October 25th, had been wrong from the start. He called his office in the morning and said he wasn't feeling well. That wasn't like him. He never missed work. But when his supervisor asked if he had a fever, Gunther didn't really answer. He said something about needing to take care of something. He hung up fast. Later on, his supervisor said Gunther had sounded nervous, like he didn't want to be on the phone. Like he didn't want to be asked questions. Neighbors noticed that his car was still parked outside the house at mid-morning, which almost never happened. One of them saw him through the kitchen window, standing there, looking out at the street. Not doing anything, just standing. The neighbor waved. Gunther didn't wave back. That wasn't like him either. He was polite. He always waved. In the early afternoon, he drove to see an elderly friend of his who lived on the edge of the village. The friend later told police it had been a short visit, maybe 20 minutes. Gunther didn't sit down. He didn't want coffee. He just stood by the window and talked about nothing, told the friend that he was worried about something. The friend asked him what. Gunther said he couldn't explain it. Then he said very clearly that something terrifying was going to happen. The friend remembered that exact word. Terrifying. It was so strange coming from a man like Gunther. He wasn't dramatic. He wasn't the type to make predictions or get carried away. But that day, his hands were shaking. He kept moving his weight from one foot to the other. When he left, he didn't say goodbye properly. He just walked to his VW Golf and drove off. The friend watched him go and thought about how pale he looked. Gunther went home. He closed the curtains, which he also never did during the day. He cleaned his kitchen table. He left a cup of tea untouched until it went cold. And then, at some point in the evening, he sat down with a pen and a scrap of paper and wrote down 6 letters. Jogt Z. That's all. 6 letters. A space in the middle. No punctuation. No explanation. Then he crossed it out. The line he drew was hard. Hard enough to leave a deep mark in the paper, almost a tear. He stared at it for a while. Then he got up, put his keys in his pocket, and left the house. He didn't turn off the lamp in the kitchen. He didn't take a bag. He didn't leave anyone a message. He just walked out to his car, started the engine, and drove off. It was about 9 in the evening. Police later worked out he drove north. Not toward the Autobahn that would take him to a city. North, toward Hagen, which was more than 100 kilometers away. Why Hagen? Nobody ever found an answer. He had no relatives there. No known friends. There was no reason for him to be there. But he wasn't just driving a straight line. There were gaps. There were stretches of time when no one could place him. About an hour and a half into the drive, a witness at a small gas station near the A45 said they remembered a man who matched his description. He was standing next to his car, not pumping gas, just standing there, looking at the road. The witness thought he was having car trouble, but he didn't ask for help. He just stood there, almost frozen, like he was deciding whether to keep going or turn around. He kept going. Later, a truck driver remembered a white VW Golf that passed him and then slowed down, way down, almost to a stop on the shoulder. The truck driver had to brake hard. He thought it was someone drunk, but when he drove by, he saw a man's face in the driver's window. The man looked terrified. The truck driver didn't stop because he didn't want trouble. He said he regretted that every day. What happened in the next hours is impossible to reconstruct exactly. But this is what Gunther later tried to tell the people who found him. He wasn't alone in that car anymore. At some point, probably near a rest area or a dark stretch of road, someone made him stop. Or he stopped because he thought he lost them. Either way, 4 men ended up on that car. 4 men. That's what he kept saying. He never said their names. He never described them well enough for anyone to find them. But he was sure there were 4. The first truck drivers who reached him said he was naked. Completely naked. Sitting in the passenger seat of his own wrecked car. The car was in a ditch, tilted forward so that the nose was buried in earth and thick bushes, the rear wheel lifted off the ground. The windshield was cracked on the passenger side. The driver's door was wide open, hanging by its hinge. There were footprints in the mud, but later they were too messed up to be used. The truck drivers thought it was a crash, that a naked man had somehow lost control and crashed. But then they looked at him, really looked at him. His face was swollen. His hair was matted with blood. His ribs were bruised, dark purple, and one of his arms was sitting at a wrong angle. His teeth were broken. One of the truck drivers later said it looked like he had been beaten with something heavy, maybe a pipe or a tire iron. That wasn't a car accident. That was a man being mashed. Gunther was barely conscious. He was shaking. He couldn't control his body, but he could still talk. The truck drivers covered him with blankets from their cabs and called an ambulance. While they were waiting, he kept repeating himself. He said, 4 men. They were in the car with me. They ran. They asked him if he knew their names. He shook his head. One of the drivers asked him if he knew where he was. He said something that sounded like Hagen, but then he started mumbling, and they couldn't understand the next part. One of the drivers shined a flashlight around the scene. That's when he saw something moving at the far edge of the field. A man. He was wearing a light-colored jacket, almost white. He was walking, not running, across the wet grass toward a line of trees. The driver shouted at him. The man didn't stop. He didn't speed up. He just kept walking until he disappeared into the trees. The driver didn't chase him because he didn't want to leave Gunther. By the time the police arrived, there was nothing left to follow. The ambulance came. The paramedics saw how bad it was. His pulse was weak. His blood pressure was dropping. They put an IV in, got him on the stretcher. He was still awake when they loaded him. One of the paramedics said he kept whispering. They leaned close. He said, Jagd Zed. They thought he was saying a name or a place. They asked him what that meant. He didn't answer. His eyes were still open. Then his breathing changed. It became slow, then irregular. They tried to bring him back, but his heart gave out before they could get him to the hospital. Gunther Stoll died on the way, somewhere between that dark ditch and the emergency room in Hagen. He never got to explain. He never got to tell them who the 4 men were. He never got to say what the letters meant. The police found out about the note the next day, after someone from his job came to check on him. The house was unlocked. The lamp was still on in the kitchen. There was no sign of a struggle. The only strange thing was that piece of paper on the floor, under the table like it had fallen or been dropped. On one side there were 6 letters, Jogt Z, crossed out. That was it. They took the paper. They had handwriting experts look at it. They had cryptographers look at it. They sent it to every kind of analyst they could think of. Some people thought it was a code. Some thought it was an address that made no sense. One theory said it might have been a miswritten Romanian radio call sign, because there was an amateur radio call sign that looked something like Jogts if you skipped a letter. But Gunther had no radio. He had no connection to Romania. He had never shown any interest in amateur radio. That theory died fast. So did all the others. There were no witnesses who could identify the 4 men. The man in the white jacket was never found. His clothes were never found. His wallet was never found. The weapon used to beat him was never found. The VW Golf was inspected in a way that made forensic scientists sick of looking at it. All they could say was that his injuries didn't match the crash. He had been assaulted before the car went into that ditch. He had been stripped. He had been placed in the passenger seat. And then the car had been driven into the ditch, on purpose or by accident. They never even proved that. The investigation lasted years. More than 1,200 tips came in. People called from all over Germany. Each time someone said they knew the 4 men, or they knew what Jogt Z meant, or they saw the man in the white jacket in another town. Every one of those leads went nowhere. The elderly friend stayed in the village. She got older. She told reporters the same thing over and over. Gunther said something terrifying was going to happen. And then it did. She said she saw him look out the window, not at anything in particular, just at the road, like he knew something was already coming for him. The note is still kept somewhere in the files. If the case ever gets reopened, that paper is the key evidence. Jogt Z, 6 letters, crossed out. No one knows if he was trying to write a name, a warning, a message, or a confession. No one knows why he crossed it out. Maybe he tried to take it back. Maybe he realized he shouldn't have written it. But the words were there. And then he walked out anyway. To this day, the files list the case as unsolved. The road where his car was found has been rebuilt. The field is still there. The trees are still there. But the man in the white jacket never came back. And the last thing Gunther Stoll ever wrote on this earth was a phrase that no one has ever been able to explain. Jogt Z, crossed out. As if he was trying to erase it before it happened. As if he knew the terror was already real, but the meaning only needed to be written down to make it worse. He crossed it out, and then he went out anyway. And that's the worst part. Because after all these years, no one still knows if he was trying to warn someone, trying to remember something, or trying to stop himself from saying what he already knew. But he didn't stop himself. He just left it there, crossed out, like it was too late to take back. The case is still open. The note is still waiting. And somewhere, there are 4 men who know exactly what those 6 letters meant. Story 8. The one thing people don't understand about Brian Coe is that it wasn't a crime of anger. It wasn't drugs. It wasn't money. It wasn't a fight that went wrong. It was a project. He planned it like homework. He picked a date. He picked a victim. He stuck to it for 6 months. And that alone makes you feel cold when you look at his high school yearbook photo. Brian was 19 years old in February of 2021. He lived with his mother in Grand Junction, Colorado. That's a city that looks like it's stuck between rocks and sky. Nothing about it is particularly dark. It's a place where people go to college, work at the hospital, maybe hunt on the weekends. Brian was the kind of kid who kept to himself. He didn't have friends over. He didn't play sports. He did, however, spend a lot of time on the internet, reading things he shouldn't have. But people didn't notice. That's what they always say, but it's true. He looked normal. He even had a part-time job at a warehouse for a few months. He knew how to blend. He chose Warren Barnes because of what Warren was. Warren was 60, 9 years old. He was homeless. He slept under a bridge that crossed the Colorado River on the south side of town. Brian had been watching him going on 3 months before the murder. He'd drive past the bridge and stop at the gas station across the road, buy a soda, and watch from the window. He learned Warren's routine. Warren would leave during the day to collect cans. At night, he came back to the same spot under the bridge and rolled out a stained sleeping bag. He kept a shopping cart nearby. He was alone. No family came to visit. Nobody checked on him. That's why Brian chose him. On the morning of February 27, 2021, Brian woke up in his mother's house at around 5:30. He didn't sleep well because he was excited. He'd been thinking about this day for 6 months. He got dressed in dark clothes. In his closet, under a pile of socks, he had a black hunting knife with a wooden handle. He had bought it at a pawn shop with cash. He'd sharpened it on a stone in the garage and practiced cutting through rope and cardboard. He also had 3 pairs of gloves. He put them on. First, a pair of thin medical gloves he took from a first aid kit. Then, rubber dish gloves from the kitchen, the yellow kind. Then, a pair of leather work gloves over those. He wanted to make sure no blood touched his skin. He had thought about this. He had a checklist. He drove his car, an old sedan, to the gas station across from the bridge. He parked in the back near the dumpsters. He grabbed a backpack that had a roll of plastic bags and a length of rope. He walked across the road and down the gravel slope to the underpass. It was still dark. February mornings in Grand Junction are cold, around freezing. There was frost on the ground. He could see his breath. Warren was asleep on his side under a thick blanket and a torn sleeping bag. His shopping cart was about 10 feet away, full of soda cans and trash. Warren had a gray beard. He was bundled up, only the back of his head showing. Brian stopped and stood there for maybe a minute. He later told detectives that he felt calm. There was no other feeling. He said he thought about turning back, but then he thought about all the preparations, and that would be a waste. So he knelt down next to Warren. He had decided to go for the throat first. He wanted to see what it felt like to slit someone's throat. But it wasn't like in the movies. The knife was sharp, but skin is tougher than you think, especially on a man who's been living outside for years. He put his left hand over Warren's mouth, and he cut across the neck. Warren woke up immediately. He started to struggle. He made a muffled sound that Brian could feel through the glove. Brian pushed his knee into Warren's chest to hold him down. He cut again. The blood came out, but not like a spray. It poured, thick and warm, soaking into the sleeping bag. Brian remembered being surprised at how much there was, and how it was more like a stew than a fountain. He kept cutting. He had to saw back and forth to get through the muscle and the windpipe. Warren was still moving, his legs kicking, his body jerking. Brian put more weight on the knee. He started to get frustrated because it wasn't clean. He later said that he had imagined one smooth cut, and then a stillness, but it didn't go like that. It was messy. It took maybe 2 minutes for Warren to stop moving. After Warren was still, Brian sat back on his heels. His hands were covered in blood, but the leather gloves held. He stared at the neck wound. There was a lot of damage. He could see what he thought was the airway. He touched it with the tip of the knife. He was curious. Then He started cutting the head off. That was the part he had been most excited about. It wasn't easy. It took even longer. He had to cut through muscles and tendons, and he had to push the knife through joints. There was a popping sound when the blade hit something hard, maybe the spine. He had to use both hands. He was sweating, but he kept going until the head came off. There was a sound, a wet tearing sound, and then the head was free. He picked it up by the hair. He was surprised by the weight. It was heavier than a bowling ball, but more cumbersome. He put it in a plastic bag, tied it, and put that in his backpack. He also cut off 2 fingers from Warren's left hand and put them in his coat pocket. He doesn't know why he did that. He just wanted something else, maybe to examine later. He pulled off the outer leather gloves and the rubber gloves and put them in another plastic bag. Underneath, the medical gloves were wet with sweat but not blood. That made him proud. He walked back to the gas station, got in his car, and drove home. He walked into his mother's house, went to his bedroom, and took the bag with the head out of the backpack. He placed it carefully in the back of his closet behind a pile of old shoes and a vacuum cleaner. He kept the fingers in his coat pocket. Then he sat on his bed for a while, just breathing. He wasn't scared. He felt high. He kept thinking, I did it. I really did it. He still had to get rid of the rest of Warren's body. He had left it under the bridge, wrapped in the sleeping bag. That was a risk. He needed to move it. So later that morning, around 10, he drove back to the bridge. He pulled right up to the edge of the underpass. No one was around. He walked down and grabbed the sleeping bag's corners. It was heavy. He had to drag it up the slope to the car. He opened the trunk and lifted the bundle in. It was like moving a huge piece of meat. He could smell it already. The blood had soaked through the sleeping bag in places and left a trail in the gravel. He didn't have time to worry about that. He closed the trunk and drove to a spot along the Colorado River on the east side of town, where there was a boat ramp and a small dirt pull-off. The river was running high from snowmelt. It was moving fast. He parked, got out, opened the trunk, and pulled the sleeping bag onto the ground. Then he dragged it down the ramp to the water. He pushed it in. For a second it almost floated, but it was too heavy. It rolled over and started to drift downstream, the wounded end facing up. Brian watched it go for about 20 seconds. Then he heard his car's engine rev. He turned around and saw that the back wheels were stuck in the mud. He had parked too close to the ramp. The wet ground had given way. The rear axle was sitting in mud. He got in the car and tried to rock it forward and backward. That only made it worse. The wheels dug in deeper. He was panicking. He got out. He looked at the river. The sleeping bag was already out of sight. He was relieved about that. But he was stuck. He knew he had to get the car out or abandon it. He couldn't leave it. It was registered to his mother. Then a pickup truck pulled in at the top of the ramp. A middle-aged man got out and yelled, "You need a tow?" Brian waved and forced a smile. He walked to the truck and said he took a wrong turn and got stuck trying to turn around. The man said he'd call his friend who had a winch. He called, and a few minutes later another truck came with a tow strap. They pulled Brian's car out of the mud. In the process, a cop showed up. Someone had reported a vehicle blocking the boat ramp. The cop got out and talked to Brian while the tow truck pulled. Brian was nervous, but the cop didn't seem suspicious. Brian said he was trying to turn around because his GP's messed up. The cop checked his license and registration. Nothing came up. The cop told him to be careful and let him go. Brian drove home. He didn't think about Warren anymore. He thought about the head in his closet. He couldn't wait to look at it again. For the next few days, Brian acted normal. He went to the kitchen. He watched TV with his mother. He even went to the grocery store. He didn't tell anyone anything. From the outside, he was a regular 19-year-old. But he kept opening his closet, making sure the bag was still there, checking it at night. There was a smell starting to come through. It was a heavy, sweet smell, like roadkill. He told his mother he thought something died in the walls. She didn't question it. A week later, on a Saturday night, Brian was out for a drive. His mother was home alone. The smell in the house had gotten so bad that she couldn't ignore it anymore. She said it was coming from his bedroom. She went in. She started looking around. She checked under the bed. She checked the hamper. Then she went to the closet. The smell was strongest near the back wall. She moved the cleaning supplies aside. She saw a black plastic bag behind a pair of old boots. She pulled it out. It wasn't closed all the way. She looked inside. She later told the police that she didn't scream. She thought it was a piece of meat at first. Then she saw the hair. Then she saw the face. She left the bag on the floor, walked out of the house, and drove to her neighbor's house. She knocked on the door and told the neighbor to call 911. She didn't say why. She just stood in the doorway shaking. When the police arrived, they went into the house and looked in the closet. They opened the bag. Inside was a human head, partially decomposed, with gray hair and a beard. They identified it as Warren Barnes after a coroner compared dental records. Then they got a warrant for Brian Coe's arrest. He came home around midnight. He saw the police lights from the end of the block. He didn't run. He parked his car, got out, and walked up to the front door. He actually smiled at the officer who approached him. He said, "I guess you found it." He didn't fight. He didn't deny anything. He confessed in a police interview without a lawyer. He told them everything. The 6 months of planning, the knife, the gloves, the way Warren struggled, the fingers he took, the head, the river, the car getting stuck. He said it was the most interesting day of his life. He was asked if he felt bad. He said he was a little disappointed that Warren didn't properly react. He wished he had struggled more. The lieutenant who interviewed him said that at one point Brian leaned back in his chair and said, "I'll probably get 15 to 20 years. That's fine. It'll be worth it." That's what he believed. He thought because he was 19 and because Warren was homeless, the system wouldn't care that much. He was wrong. The prosecution went for life without parole. They showed the jury the photographs. They showed the backpack. They showed his checklist, which they found in a drawer. It had a date and a series of tasks, including gloves, plastic bags, sharpening, and the phrase souvenir. The jury took less than an hour. Brian was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. When the judge read the sentence, Brian looked at the judge without any expression on his face. Then he looked at his mother. He smiled at her. She was crying, and he was smiling. They never found Warren's body. It washed out of the sleeping bag somewhere down the Colorado and never came up, or it's still stuck in a snag under the water. Warren Barnes was buried as just a head. The rest of him is still somewhere out there in that river. Brian knows what he did with the fingers, but he never told. He said he wanted to keep that for himself. The police searched his room again after he was sentenced. They found nothing else, just the head. And Brian Coe, from his cell, still won't say where the rest of Warren Barnes is. He only says that he proved he could do it. That's the worst part. He's proud of it. He's got 30 years to sit with that, but he says it was worth it. Story 9. The day Haruka stopped being able to sleep properly started with a walk to an office building in Shinjuku that she didn't even know existed before a month ago. It was a Tuesday. Raining. The kind of rain in Tokyo that isn't heavy but soaks you anyway, slowly, through the seams of your coat. She stood outside for a minute, looking at the sign. A small brass plate by the door. Counseling Center. No name, no logo. Just those 2 words and an arrow pointing up the stairs. She still remembers the smell of the stairwell. Cigarette smoke and wet cardboard. There was a bicycle parked on the 2nd floor landing, locked to a railing with a missing front wheel. Nobody had removed it. That's exactly the kind of detail Yuji would have noticed. That's what she'd been doing for 2 months, noticing the things he would have noticed. Because the police had stopped caring about 2 weeks before. They told her over the phone, quietly, that the case would remain open, but that they had no active leads. They used the phrase, changed life. The Japanese have a word for it, a polite one, meaning someone who disappears to start over. It's a real phenomenon here. Men in gray suits see 1 too many sunsets from the same train window and decide they've had enough. But Yuji was 31, and he paid his electric bill on the 2nd of every month, like clockwork. He showed up. Maybe not emotionally, but he showed up. That's what made it different. He wasn't someone who seemed capable of walking away. He was someone who seemed incapable of anything else. The counselor's office was on the 3rd floor. The door was open when Haruka got there. Inside, a woman in her 50s with hair that wasn't styled, just sort of pushed back, sat at a desk facing a window that showed a gray sky. There was a plastic plant in the corner, and it was dusty. Yuji would have noticed that. Haruka introduced herself. She had rehearsed nothing. She said she was Yuji's friend, and that she'd been looking for him since the autumn, and that she'd managed to find the place because Yuji had ordered a book online, a used one about Japanese folklore, and it had been delivered to his apartment after he disappeared, and the receipt in the package had a note in his handwriting. Thank you, and the address of this building. It was a weird detail. The postal slip gave the address of the center as a return point for a package he had sent, which made no sense. But it was the only lead she had, and she followed it. She was doing what she'd told the police she'd do. She was looking. The counselor looked at her for a long time and then said something that made Haruka's chest go cold. The counselor said, "He told me about you. He described you," and then she paused and added, "He said if a woman with dark hair ever came asking, he hoped it was you." The counselor asked her one question before saying anything else. She said, "Do you want to know, or do you want the comfort of wanting to know?" Haruka stood there in her wet coat and said, "I want to know what's in the envelope." The counselor opened the bottom drawer of her desk. Inside was a manila envelope, the big brown kind, sealed with yellowing tape. It had Yuji's name on it in his handwriting. Haruka recognized the way he wrote his Y's. He made them with a little hook at the bottom, like he was pulling himself back from the edge of the page. The counselor didn't give it to her right away. She held it and said, "He left this here 3 weeks before he disappeared. He told me not to open it. He said if no one came, I should burn it. He said if someone came, specifically a woman who said she was his friend, I should hand it over. He said you would be wearing black boots." Haruka looked down at her feet. Black boots. The same ones she'd worn to the cemetery the year before when their university friend had died in an accident. Yuji had seen her wearing them and told her she looked like a tough girl in a movie. She didn't remember saying anything back. She remembered laughing, but she didn't remember if she actually had. The envelope contained 3 things: a notebook, a photograph, a wristwatch. The notebook was an A5, the cheap kind with graph paper, the type you can buy for 60 yen at any convenience store. The cover was worn. The corners were curled. The first page had a date written in his accountant's handwriting, and a single line, "I will erase myself to see if the void will be kinder." Haruka read it twice. Then she kept reading. The notebook wasn't a diary. Yuji didn't have the personality for a diary. It was more like a log. He logged things. Every few days, sometimes every week, he wrote down what had happened, but not events. He wrote about everything that didn't happen. That morning, on the platform at Nishinupori, nobody stood next to me during the 4-minute wait. The clerk at the convenience store didn't look up when I paid. I walked through the park, and a man who tripped told me, "Thanks," when I caught him. And I was so surprised I forgot to respond, and he looked at me like I was rude. I went home and looked at my reflection in the toaster and thought, that's the face everyone sees. I can't find it in the face I feel. He wrote that kind of thing, over and over. But here's what got Haruka. He didn't write it as a complaint. He wrote it like a measurement. Like he was collecting data. He wrote, "Number of people who will notice I am gone. 0. This is not an opinion. This is the average of the last 3 years." He wrote, "I have no one." And that is not tragic. It is arithmetic. Haruka sat in that plastic chair, under the fluorescent lights that hummed like an insect, and she read Yuji's handwriting, telling her that he had once spent a lunch break standing in a line at a coffee shop just to say an order out loud. That was the only time that day he'd spoken to anyone. It took him 8 minutes to get to the front. The girl at the counter asked if he wanted sugar. He said no. She said, "Have a nice day." He said thanks. He wrote that was the longest conversation I had all month, and we said 7 words. The notebook also contained his plan. He didn't call it a plan. He called it procedure. Page after page, dated months before he left, filled with his handwriting about how to do it, not in a violent way, in a structural way. He wrote about how to leave a place with the least amount of noise, how to choose a day when the landlord would be at pachinko, which was usually the 3rd week of the month, how to prepay 3 months of rent so no one would come checking, how to turn off the water and gas but leave the electricity on so the apartment wouldn't look abandoned, how to wash his clothes and fold them and leave his toothbrush one place so the absence would look intentional, not messy. He wrote about where to go. He had a few pages of notes on possible locations. He considered going north toward Tohoku, which was still broken from the earthquake that year. He wrote, "The area has housing that is half empty. No one asks questions because everyone is dealing with their own loss. I could have a quiet room. I could become a man who sells vegetables at the market and no one would look at me twice." And then, underneath another line, "But I would still know who I am." The problem is not the observation. The problem is the observer. He crossed that out. Then he wrote, "Never mind. This is not poetry. Procedure. Step 1. Exit the apartment at 1940 after the mail delivery truck passes and before the neighbor returns from work. Walk to the bus stop. Take the last bus of the day to Ikebukuro, east exit. Walk through the underpass. Eat a meal with chopsticks so disposable they splinter. Pay cash. Leave no receipt." The plan went on. Haruka read it, and she felt a strange combination of horror and grief. Because it wasn't the plan of a madman. It was the plan of a man who had spent his whole life being careful, and had decided that the most careful thing he could do was remove his own weight from the world. The last 3 pages of the notebook were written on the day he disappeared. The handwriting was different, less neat. Faster, today I did the last thing on the list. I went to the convenience store and bought a pack of gum. The clerk said, "That's 110 yen. I paid. She didn't look at me. She never looks at me. She looks at everyone. She looks at the man who buys cigarettes at noon and the woman who buys wine at 9 p.m. But she doesn't look at me. I have become the one thing I wanted to become: invisible. It's not what I expected. It's quieter. The void is not cruel. The void is just a room with no echo. Then he wrote, "I have decided to leave tonight. I have not decided where, and I think that is the decision itself. The procedure doesn't matter anymore. The only step left is the walking. At some point I will stop walking. I don't know if that will hurt." And then the last line: if someone is reading this, don't do what I did. Don't wait for the moment when the math starts to make sense. Because it does make sense. That's the trick. That's the trap. It makes sense. Haruka sat there. The fluorescent light hummed. The plastic plant was dusty. The rain hit the window. She didn't cry at first. She read the last line over and over. It makes sense. She remembered Yuji at their university orientation, a skinny guy sitting alone, and she had sat next to him because there was an empty seat, and he had the only empty seat in the whole room. Everyone else had spread their bags across the chairs like privacy shields, but Yuji had just sat there, hands on his knees. And she'd said, "Is this seat taken?" And he'd looked at her with this expression like he couldn't remember the last time someone had asked him a question first. For 3 years at university, they ate lunch together at least twice a week. Haruka had done all the talking. Yuji had laughed in the right places. She remembered thinking, he's shy. He'll come out of his shell. But no, he hadn't been in a shell. He'd been in a box, and he'd built the box himself with his own measurement systems and his own arithmetic, and every year he made the box one wall smaller. And eventually the box fit exactly around him, and he stepped out of it into the rain and took the last bus and stopped walking somewhere. The photograph was still in the envelope. Haruka turned it over. It was a photo of her standing at a train gate, taken from a distance. She remembered the afternoon. They'd said goodbye at the ticket gate on the way to Nagano, a weekend trip she was taking for a job interview. She hadn't even wanted the job. He had come to see her off. She was laughing at something he'd said. The photo captured her in that second, head tilted back, not paying attention. On the back, in his handwriting, "She is the reason I almost stayed." Almost, the watch was the last thing. It was cheap, digital, a gray plastic strap with a face that showed the time in blocky numbers. It was set to 7:11. It had stopped at 7:11. The battery was dead, or it was just a watch. Haruka turned it over. On the back of the case, scratched into the plastic with something sharp, was a single kanji. Return, the counselor asked her if she wanted to say anything. Haruka didn't. She tucked the notebook into her coat pocket, put the photograph in her bag, and put the watch on her wrist. It was still dead. She left the office. She walked down those 3 flights of stairs, past the bicycle with the missing wheel, past the smell of wet cardboard, and out into the rain. She stood at the bottom of the stairs and watched the people on the street moving with umbrellas, all of them trying to stay dry, all of them looking at their phones, no one looking at anyone. She never found Yuji. The police didn't find him either. As she told it, the case is still open, which is another way of saying it's closed, but they're too polite to say so. But she has the notebook, and the photo, and the watch. She still wears the watch sometimes. It never ticks, because it's dead. It's always 7:11. She doesn't set it, and she doesn't fix it. She tells herself it's a reminder that time stopped for him the night he left. But that's not true either. Time didn't stop for him. Time stopped for her. The watch is just a piece of plastic, scratched with a kanji that means return. She doesn't know what Yuji wanted her to return to. Maybe he wanted her to return to the moment in that photo, when she was laughing and didn't know she was being seen. Maybe he wanted her to keep looking, so that the next time someone starts disappearing in small ways, without drama, without crying for help, someone notices the measurements they're taking. She never told the police about the envelope. She never told anyone about the photo. She only tells this story one time to people who ask. And she always says the same thing at the end. She says, he was right. The math made sense to him. And that's the scariest part. He wasn't sick. He was tired. He was so tired that erasing himself felt like a kindness to the world and to himself. She looks at her wrist. The watch still says 7-Eleven. The kanji still says return. He never came back. But she still looks. Sometimes, at night, when the city is buzzing and she's alone on the train platform, she takes the watch off and holds it to her ear like it's going to start ticking at any second, like the battery is going to magically revive. It never does. But she holds it anyway, waiting for something that isn't a silent plastic watch to move. And she wonders, not for the first time, if Yuji was already someone like her, if he was just a person who wanted someone to tell him to stay. And the photograph makes her think maybe he told himself no one ever would. She never found where he stopped walking. She's not sure she ever will. But she's still looking. Story 10. This is one of those cases that stays with you long after you read about it. Asha Degree was 9 years old. She lived in Shelby, North Carolina with her parents, Harold and Aquila. She was a quiet kid, shy, the type who didn't cause any trouble. She did her homework. She listened. She stayed close to home. Everybody who knew her said the same thing. She was not the kind of child to wander off. She was the kind of child who was scared of the dark and scared of storms. On the night of February 13th, 2000, that mattered more than anyone could have guessed. The day had been normal. It was a Sunday. The weather had been building all afternoon. Gray skies, wind, that heavy feeling before a storm. Then around evening, the power went out. The whole neighborhood went dark. Harold and Aquila did what parents did back then. They found candles, they found a flashlight, and they tried to make it feel like an adventure instead of an inconvenience. Asha didn't think it was an adventure. She was already nervous. The dark was bad enough for her on a regular night, but with the storm outside and no lights in the house, she was genuinely scared. Her parents tucked her into bed anyway. It was still early, maybe a little before 9. There was no television to distract her. No lamp to leave on, just the dark and the sound of rain and thunder. Asha stayed in her room like she was supposed to. Her parents went to bed too. The house settled into silence except for the storm. The next morning, Harold woke up and moved through the house like he always did. That's when he noticed something wrong. Asha wasn't in her room. At first, he probably thought she had crawled into bed with them in the middle of the night, but she wasn't there either. He called her name. Nothing. He and Aquila started looking. The bathroom was empty. The living room, the kitchen, the closets, every spot a 9-year-old could squeeze into. No Asha. And then they started to notice what was missing. Her backpack was gone. Her sneakers were gone. A few pieces of her clothes were gone. She hadn't just wandered off. She had packed something. She had put on shoes. She had left the house in the middle of a storm, in the pitch black, she, who was terrified of the dark and terrified of loud weather. It didn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense. The police were called. The search started almost immediately. At first, everyone thought she might have gotten turned around, or become confused, or maybe gone to a friend's house. But it was February. It was cold. The storm had come through hard, with rain and wind and lightning. A 9-year-old girl out in that alone? No. People in Shelby started showing up to help search. They checked the woods, the roads, the ditches, every place a child could hide. They didn't find her. Then the sightings came in. The first one was a truck driver on Highway 18. He was driving through the early morning hours, sometime around 3:45 in the morning. The rain had let up by then, but the roads were still wet. The sky was still dark. And then he saw her. A little girl, walking along the side of the highway. She was wearing a white shirt, something that glowed in his headlights. No jacket, no coat, just a white shirt, and what looked like dark pants or shorts. He could see she was young. He pulled over to check on her. That's the kind of thing you do when you see a child on the side of the highway at 4 in the morning. You don't think, you just stop. But she didn't wait for him. When she saw him stop, she turned and ran into the trees. The driver didn't chase her. He wasn't going to run after a child into the woods in the dark. He called it in instead. Later, another motorist reported the same thing. Around 4:15, same stretch of road, same white shirt. That person also said the girl went into the tree line when approached. 2 separate people, 2 separate sightings, 30 minutes apart, same child, same reaction. She was trying to get away. She didn't want to be seen. That's the part that gets people. Asha was not a runner. She was not a rebel. She didn't have reason to hide from anyone. She was shy, sure, but she wasn't the kind of kid who bolted into the woods. And yet, twice, when an adult stopped to help, she ran. She wasn't calling for help. She wasn't crying. She was moving, alone, down a highway, at 3 in the morning, in the freezing cold, wearing a white shirt that she must have been soaked through. She was going somewhere. Or she was running from something. A few days after she disappeared, someone found a shed near the highway. It wasn't far from where those sightings happened. This was an old storage shed, the kind of place kids might poke around in, but never stay. Inside, they found a little hair bow that Asha's mother recognized. They found a marker. They found candy wrappers. Those weren't just any candy wrappers. The family said they didn't keep that kind of candy in the house. So, where did she get it? Why did she end up in that shed? Was she hiding there? Was somebody with her? None of it added up. The search went on for days, then weeks, then months. Volunteers came from all over. They searched miles of woods and fields. They drained ponds. They put up missing posters everywhere. But there was no trace of Asha Degree. No body. No sign of her. She just vanished from the side of a highway in the middle of the night. It was like the storm had swallowed her whole. Then, 18 months later, something impossible happened. A contractor was working on a piece of land about 26 miles away from Shelby. He was doing some digging, moving dirt, doing the kind of grunt work that nobody pays attention to. And he found a trash bag buried in the ground. It wasn't fresh, it was old. Something had wrapped it, or it had been put there deliberately. He opened it up, and inside was a backpack. It was Asha's backpack. Her name was on it. Her phone number was on it. There was no mistake. Her bag had been buried, intentionally in a trash bag, 26 miles from where she was last seen. When they opened it, some of her things were still inside. Notebooks, pencils, personal stuff. It wasn't just an empty bag thrown away. It was like someone wanted to get rid of it, or maybe wanted to keep it. It had been buried for over a year. It looked like it had been sealed up carefully. The bag wasn't an accident. Someone put it there. Someone covered it up. At that point, the case changed. It wasn't just a missing child anymore. It was a crime scene. It was evidence. Investigators now knew she had taken that backpack with her, and it had been moved. Hidden, burned, buried. Someone didn't want anyone to find it. Or maybe someone wanted it to be found one day, but not until much later. That thought is worse. After that, the case went quiet for a long time. Asha's parents never gave up. They kept her face out there. They held on to every tip, every false hope, every phone call that might be her. But the trail was cold. There weren't any new sightings. There weren't any confessions. It became one of those names people brought up on anniversaries, a sad story from North Carolina that never got an ending. And then, in September of 2024, everything came back up. Search warrants were unsealed. They revealed something that had been hidden in the case files for years. The investigation had been looking at a family in the area. The Dedmon family. Their name was there, in black and white, connected to this little girl's disappearance. According to the warrant, Na from a member of the Dedmon family was found on Asha's belongings. Not just a vague match, but Na that put them in contact with the evidence. The same evidence that had been buried in a trash bag for 18 months. The warrants were for property searches. Investigators raided land connected to the Dedmon family. They went in with cameras, evidence bags, digging equipment. They searched the ground, the outbuildings, the houses, and they seized a green vehicle. That jumped out at everyone, a green vehicle. No one knew whose it was. No one knew why it mattered. But they took it, and they took it apart looking for trace evidence. Finally, it seemed like there was movement. Finally, it seemed like someone might be arrested. But that didn't happen. No one was charged. No one was named as suspect. The police released almost no information. The warrants were there, but they only showed one side of the story. They showed that investigators believed the Dedmon family had something to do with what happened to Asha. They showed that a green vehicle was involved. But there were no answers. So now you have a 9-year-old girl who was scared of the dark, who left her home in the middle of a storm, who was seen walking down a highway alone, who ran from anyone who tried to help her, who hid in a shed with candy wrappers, and whose backpack was found buried in a trash bag more than a year later. You have Dina linking that backpack to a family. You have a green vehicle that was seized. You have every piece of a story except the ending. People still talk about Asha Degree. They still drive down Highway 18 and think about a little girl in a white shirt on the shoulder of the road. They still wonder about the shed. They still wonder about the trash bag. They still wonder about the green vehicle. But the fact is, no one has ever been charged. No one has ever said what happened inside that car, if that car was there. No one has ever explained how a girl who was afraid of storms walked into one and never came out. There's one thing that always sticks out. When they found the backpack, it was wrapped in trash bags, buried in the dirt 26 miles away. It sat there for 18 months. But when they opened it, the things inside were still in decent shape. Some of the stuff was dry. It had been sealed well, almost like someone knew what they were doing. That doesn't feel like panic. It feels like someone had time. It feels like someone planned it. It feels like someone wanted Asha's backpack to disappear, the same way her body disappeared, but they couldn't bring themselves to destroy it. They had to keep it somewhere. They had to go back to it. And maybe, one day, they would have gone back for it again. The last confirmed sighting of Asha Degree was around 4:15 in the morning, February 14th, 2000. She was walking toward the tree line. She was alive. She was on foot. She was wearing a white shirt. She was running. And then the trees were empty, and she was gone. Asha Degree has never been found. But in September of 2024, a green vehicle was driven into a state evidence facility. It's still there, and no one looking at that vehicle has ever said why. Story 11. The part that bothers people is that Jenna Oakley didn't look like a killer. She was 15, skinny, with brown hair always pulled back in a hair tie and a face that was easy to forget. She moved to Kentucky in the summer of 2016 to live with her father Philip and his new wife Rhonda. In that neighborhood, nobody knew much about her. She kept her head down. She said yes ma'am and no sir. She did her chores. She didn't act like a troubled kid. But she was carrying something nobody saw until it was already too late. Her history, honestly, should have been a red flag. Her mother didn't give her the kind of care most kids get, and that's a simple way to put it. She was neglected for years. She had holes in her clothes and missed a lot of school. There were days when she had to feed herself and make sure she got to bed alone. By the time she turned 15, her mother couldn't or wouldn't handle her anymore. And that's how she ended up in Kentucky with a father she barely knew. Philip had been largely absent for the early part of her life. He had a new wife, a house, and a young son. And then Jenna showed up. Rhonda tried to make it work, but she ran the house like a boot camp. Strict rules, chore chart, dinner at the table, homework checked every night. Jenna had to ask permission to go outside. She had to be home before dark. She had to let Rhonda go through her phone whenever they wanted. That should sound normal to some people, but for a girl who had grown up with no rules at all, it felt like prison. Jenna didn't complain out loud. She just hated them from the inside. And she was good at hiding it. The biggest thing was Kenneth. He was 20 years old. That's a warning sign by itself, but Jenna didn't see it. She met him online before she even got to Kentucky, and they became obsessed with each other. She would hide her phone under her mattress and text him until 3 in the morning. She told him everything about the house, about Rhonda, about how she wanted to be anywhere else. Kenneth knew exactly what to say. He would tell her she was special. She was different. She wasn't like the people trying to control her. For a girl who had never really felt loved, that kind of attention was like a drug. She started to believe he was the only person in the world who understood her. And that kind of belief makes people do insane things. It did. Her diary was found later. This is the part people still mention. It wasn't a normal teenage journal with boy names and crushes. It was a plan. Pages and pages of written steps with dates and times. She named her father, her stepmother, and her little brother. She wrote down exactly what she thought she needed to do, what room would be best, what she could use as a weapon. It wasn't, "I'm so scared," or "I hope this works." It was cold. Like a schedule. On one page she wrote, "September 1st is good. School has started, so people won't notice a car in the driveway." Then she listed times. Another line said, "Do Rhonda first." Underlined, when cops read it, they said it read like a to-do list. She was planning errands, not murder. September 1st of 2016 was a Thursday. That morning, the house was normal. Philip got up early for work. Rhonda made breakfast. The little boy was sitting in his booster seat, picking at a bowl of cereal. Jenna came down, wearing a long-sleeve shirt, which was weird because Kentucky in September is still hot and muggy. Rhonda told her she'd get heat stroke. Jenna just said she wasn't feeling well. She sat at the table, ate a little toast, didn't say much. Around 10 in the morning, Philip left for his job. That left Rhonda, the boy, Jenna, and Kenneth, because Kenneth was already on his way to the house. Jenna had left the back door unlocked earlier. Outside, nobody would have seen the plan about to unfold. The little boy was watching cartoons with the volume turned up. Rhonda was in the kitchen doing dishes. Jenna was standing in the hallway checking her phone. Kenneth came into the house through the back door just before noon. Jenna met him in the basement. She didn't have to say much. He already knew what she was going to do. They stood down there for a bit, waiting. She had told him to hide behind the water heater when she brought Rhonda down. He was shaking. Jenna later told police that Kenneth kept saying, "We don't have to do this." But he was already there. He didn't leave. That's the part that made investigators sick. He could have stopped it. He didn't. At around 1 in the afternoon, Rhonda went down to the basement to switch the laundry. That was her routine every Thursday. Wash on one day, dry the next. She was bending over the washing machine, pulling out a wet load. She said something about a stain, not even turning around. Jenna walked down the stairs after her. The basement was unfinished, with a concrete floor and wooden shelves, and it smelled like damp and detergent. Kenneth was hidden in the dark corner. Jenna went up behind Rhonda and put her hands around her neck. There was no warning, no hesitation. Rhonda fought hard. Her body locked up and her arms flew everywhere. She hit her head on the side of the dryer. She kicked over a bottle of detergent, and the smell filled the space. Jenna held on. Her fingers dug into Rhonda's neck, and she put her whole weight into it. Rhonda's nails raked down Jenna's forearms, drawing blood. Jenna didn't let go. The little boy upstairs couldn't hear anything because the TV was too loud. Kenneth stayed in the corner. Jenna said later that her hands were burning and that her heart was beating so fast she thought she might pass out. But she kept squeezing. Rhonda's face changed colors. Her legs went weak. Then the sound stopped. Jenna didn't let go until Rhonda's body was completely still. She stood up and looked at Kenneth. He was crying, silent tears. Jenna said later that she felt calm, completely calm. She told Kenneth to go get the kitchen knife from the block. He went upstairs on shaky legs and brought it back. Jenna took the knife and told him to turn around. He didn't. He watched. She knelt down over Rhonda's body and cut across her throat. It made a sound she still heard in her head. There was a lot of blood, more than she thought there would be. The knife clattered when she dropped it on the cement. For a moment, the basement was quiet, except for the washing machine still running. She went up the stairs, washed her hands in the kitchen sink. The water ran pink for a few seconds. She dried her hands with the same dish towel Rhonda had used that morning. In the living room, her little brother looked up and asked where Rhonda was. Jenna said she was resting. He went back to his cartoons. She poured him some more juice, put the juice box back in the fridge. That detail is what sticks with people. She poured the kid a juice box after killing his mother figure. Then, she grabbed her backpack and walked out the front door. Kenneth was already in Rhonda's car in the driveway, engine running. Jenna got in, and they drove away. The neighbor 2 houses down was outside watering his plants. He later told police he saw a young girl and an older guy pull out of the driveway. He didn't think anything of it. At 7 that evening, Philip came home to find his son alone in the living room, still watching TV. The house was dark. Rhonda's car was gone. Jenna was gone. He called out, got no answer. Then, he went down to the basement. He found the washing machine running, and behind the dryer, his wife on the floor. He was screaming so much the 911 dispatcher couldn't understand him. The little boy stayed on the couch. Philip had to lock himself in the bathroom until police arrived. Jenna and Kenneth were caught 2 days later. They had taken Rhonda's car across the state line, but they didn't have a plan, and they didn't have money. They slept in the car at a rest stop. A state trooper ran the plates after seeing the car parked with a broken taillight. When the officer approached, Jenna put her hands out and said nothing. Kenneth was crying and apologizing. Jenna was quiet. She didn't act like someone who had just ruined her life. She acted like she had just been caught skipping class. In custody, the police discovered the second diary. That's when everything changed. She had taken one diary in her backpack, but there was another hidden in her mattress. In that one, she had planned to kill all 3 family members. She wrote that after Rhonda, she was going to deal with the little boy, then wait for her father to get home and take care of him too. She even wrote that she needed to buy another knife because she might ruin the first one. Detectives interviewed her and said she never raised her voice once. She asked about Kenneth. She asked if they were going to be in the same prison. When they told her Kenneth was kept separate, she said, "Then, don't tell me anything else." Kenneth never made it to trial. About a week after the arrest, he hung himself in his cell with a bedsheet. Jenna was in a juvenile facility at the time. When a guard told her what happened, she didn't cry. She asked if that would affect her case. Later, people tried to explain it as shock, but the staff said she didn't even look surprised. She thought about herself first. That was the part that felt colder than the murder itself. The case went to court. Jenna was charged as an adult because the crime was so serious. She pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter as part of a plea agreement. In exchange, the charges related to plotting to kill the rest of her family were dropped. She was sentenced to 15 years in prison. During the hearing, Philip, her father, stood up to speak. He didn't look at her with hatred. He looked at her like she was a stranger who had been in his home. He said he didn't understand how she could do that to people who were trying to give her a family. He said she never let herself be loved. He said he failed her. Jenna sat at the defense table with her face flat. She was looking at her hands. When the judge asked if she wanted to say anything, she shook her head. The judge read the sentence. 15 years. A guard put handcuffs on Jenna and started to lead her out. She had to pass by her father in the 3rd row. She stopped for a second and looked at him directly. Then she said, in a calm, almost bored voice, "I still hate her." No one was sure if she meant Rhonda, or maybe her mother, or maybe something else. She didn't explain. She walked out of the courtroom with her head up. A court officer later said that as the door closed behind Jenna, she started humming. It wasn't a song, just a tune. The sound hung in the hallway for a second, then the door latch clicked. After that, everybody in the courtroom just looked at each other. Nobody spoke. Her belongings were packed into a box by the state after the hearing. There was a diary in the box, the one from her backpack. The police had already read it, but the last page they never released. It had just one sentence, underlined in red. It said, "I wish he had used the knife." Nobody knows for sure who she meant. Kenneth was already dead. Rhonda was already dead. But she said it that way, with the word he, and the question stays. Jenna Oakley is still in prison, and she will be about 30 when she gets out. That last line is the thing that makes people cold. She wasn't sorry. She was just disappointed it didn't play out all the way. Story 12. The thing you have to understand about Terry King is that he was never supposed to be a single father. He wasn't built for it. Not because he was cruel or careless, but because life had already beaten him down in ways that left him exhausted all the time. He worked construction jobs that started before the sun came up and ended after it went down. He came home with concrete dust in his lungs and a back that ached no matter how he sat. And when he got home, he had 2 boys who didn't want him. Derek and Alex weren't bad kids when they were little. That's the part people forget. Derek was 13, and Alex was 12 in 2001. But they'd been taken away from Terry years earlier because of neglect. There's no way around that word. Terry wasn't a rich man. He wasn't a present man. He worked. He drank a little too much, he let things slide. The state came in and decided he wasn't fit. So the boys went into foster care. They spent years being shuffled around, going to different schools, different houses, different people who told them to behave and then gave up on them. By the time they came back to Terry, something in them had hardened. They didn't trust him. They didn't trust anybody. And Terry didn't know how to fix it. He tried. In his own way. He set rules. He tried to get them to do their homework, to go to bed at a decent hour, to not mouth off. But the rules just made them angrier. They saw him as the guy who abandoned them, even though it was the state that pulled them out. They didn't care about the difference. They were just kids with a lot of hurt and nowhere to put it. Then Ricky Chavis showed up. Ricky was 40, a convicted felon. He lived in the neighborhood. He had a way of talking to the boys that Terry didn't. He didn't yell. He didn't set curfews. He let them come over to his trailer and smoke weed, drink beer. He treated them like adults, not like adults in a good way, like adults who are just as broken and bored as you are. For Derek and Alex, that was like finding water in a desert. They didn't see a predator. They saw a friend, someone who actually listened, someone who didn't tell them they were failing. And Ricky paid attention to Alex in a way that should have made everyone sick. People in the neighborhood said later they'd noticed things. The way Ricky put his hand on the kid's shoulder, the way he always bought extra junk food for Alex, the way Alex would stay over at Ricky's trailer until late. But who called the cops? Nobody. Because Ricky was charming. Because the boys were known as troublemakers. Because people figured it was just a guy being nice to some poor kids. The love letters were found later. Alex had written them. They weren't the scribbles of a kid with a crush. They were the words of a child who was in love with his abuser. That's the part that breaks you. Alex wrote about how much he missed Ricky when he wasn't there, how he thought about him all the time, how he wanted to run away with him. And Ricky kept those letters. He kept them like trophies. The police found them in his trailer after everything went down. Terry was asleep in his recliner on the night of November 26, 2001. That was his spot. The tan leather recliner he'd picked up at a garage sale. It had a rip in the arm and a spot where the stuffing was coming out. He fell asleep there more often than in his own bed. The boys would see him there, mouth open, snoring, with the TV going. It was just part of the house. That night, Derek swung the bat. An aluminum baseball bat. It was the kind you'd buy at a sporting goods store. Derek was 13 years old. He swung it with both hands, the way he'd swing at a ball. But he wasn't aiming at a ball. He was aiming at his father's head. And he hit him square in the skull. There's no way to describe what that sounds like. Even the investigators said it was something they'd never forget. The crack of bone. The wet sound that followed. The way Terry's body slumped but didn't fall because he was already in the chair. The boys said afterward that Derek swung the bat more than once. Some reports say 2 times, some say 3. Nobody knows for sure because the boys changed their story so many times. But one thing they never changed. Alex was there. He was in the room. He saw it happen. And when Derek dropped the bat, Alex didn't scream. He didn't call for help. He didn't run next door. He just stood there, looking at his father, then at his brother, then at the blood that was already starting to pool on the linoleum floor. And then they went to work. They tried to cover it up. They dragged Terry's body out of the chair and put it on the floor. They grabbed an old can of lighter fluid from the kitchen. Alex was the one who poured it. He was the younger one, the one Ricky had groomed, but he was the one who set the fire. They wanted to make it look like an accident, like Terry fell asleep and a cigarette caught something. like the house just went up. The fire didn't do its job. That's the thing about fire. It's not as clean as people think. It burns, but it doesn't erase. When the firefighters got there, the house was still going. But when they pulled Terry's body out, it was clear this wasn't an accident. A man who dies in a fire doesn't have his skull caved in. A man who dies in a fire doesn't have defensive wounds from a bat. He doesn't have laceration marks that look like a baseball bat. The medical examiner knew right away. The cops knew right away. They just didn't know who did it. The boys were interviewed. At first, they blamed each other. Then they blamed Ricky Chavis. They told the investigators a story about how Ricky came over, killed Terry, and made them get in the car. They said they drove around with the body in the trunk. They said they were scared. They cried. They looked like victims. And for a while, people believed them. But then the stories started to crack. Because Derek and Alex couldn't keep it straight. The first version was that Ricky had a gun. The second version was that he had a knife. The third version was that he used his bare hands. The fourth version was that they were sleeping in the car and never saw anything. Every time they talked, the details shifted, and the whole time investigators were finding evidence. Fibers from the boys' clothes on the bat, the smell of accelerant on their sneakers, the lighter fluid can with their fingerprints. When detectives finally confronted Derek with the evidence, he broke. That's when the truth came out. He admitted he swung the bat. He said he didn't know why. He said something about being angry at his dad for sending them away. He said Ricky had told them that their father was going to send them back to foster care. He said Alex was crying. He said he just wanted it to be over. Alex broke too. But he didn't talk about the murder. He talked about Ricky. He talked about how he and Ricky were in love. He talked about how Ricky told him that if Terry died, they could all be together. He talked about how he wanted to leave with Ricky and never come back. The investigators sat there, grown men who'd seen a lot of terrible things, and they had to leave the room because it made them sick. Ricky was arrested. He denied everything. He said the boys were lying. He said he never touched Alex, never wrote those letters, never had anything to do with the murder. But the letters were right there. The handwriting was Alex's. And Alex's testimony was graphic and specific in ways that no 13-year-old should know. He described sexual acts that made the prosecutor's face go pale. He described the way Ricky would hold him, the way he'd whisper in his ear, the way he'd tell him he was special. The trial was chaos. Ricky's lawyer, a sharp woman who'd built a career on beating impossible cases, tore Alex apart on the stand. She made him out to be a liar, a malicious kid who was looking for someone else to blame. She pointed out the inconsistencies in his story. She made him admit that he couldn't remember certain dates, certain places. She made him cry, and the jury, they believed her. They didn't want to believe that a 40-year-old man could do what Ricky did, or maybe they just didn't want to punish a man for seducing a boy. That was the language they used in the coverage. Ricky Chavis walked, not guilty on all charges. The boys were convicted of second-degree murder. Derek was sentenced to 8 years. Alex got 7. They were both from the same courtroom, separated by 2 chairs. Terry's sister sat in the front row. She was the only family member who showed up. She looked at her nephews and didn't say a word. The appeals went on for years. The boys' lawyers argued that their confessions were coerced, that they were manipulated by an adult abuser, that they weren't able to appreciate what they were doing. In 2006, the state court agreed. The convictions were overturned. A new trial was set. But the prosecutor didn't want to go through it again. The boys were older now. The case had rope marks all over it. So they made a deal. Derek and Alex pleaded to third-degree murder. They got 7 and 8 years. By that time, it all blurred together. They spent their late teens and early 20s in prison. They came out in their mid-20s, broken in different ways. Derek disappeared. He moved around, worked odd jobs. Sometimes people would see him at the grocery store in Cantonment, looking unwashed, buying beer. He never talked to anyone. He never explained himself. Alex did worse. He got into drugs. He got into heavier drugs, not just weed. He had a string of arrests. He had a string of overdoses. He went to rehab, got out, overdosed again. There was a stretch 3 years where nobody even knew where he was. Then, in 2024, somebody found him in a motel room outside of Pensacola. He was 35 years old. He'd odd. On the nightstand, next to a pipe and a baggie, there was a folded piece of paper. It was a letter. He'd written it a long time ago. It was addressed to Ricky Chavis. It said, "I still think about you every day. I still love you. I can't stop thinking about what we could have been." The police report listed the letter as personal effects. Nobody read it publicly. But someone who saw it said it made them feel like throwing up. Because here was a man who'd killed his father, spent years in prison, wasted his life chasing a high to numb the pain, and the final words he left in this world were for the man who destroyed him. Ricky Chavis is still alive. He moved to a county a few hours north. He changed his name. He's in his 60s now. He lives in a mobile home with a chain-link fence around the yard. He's been questioned twice more about other kids in the area but never charged. He walks his dog every morning. The neighbors say he's quiet, keeps to himself, seems like a nice old man. Derek was last seen in 2022. He was spotted at a bus station in Birmingham, Alabama, carrying a duffel bag. He looked older than his age. He had a gray beard and a gaunt face. Someone tried to say hello. He walked past them like they didn't exist. The house where Terry King died is still standing. It was rebuilt. A young couple lives there now. They painted it blue. They have a swing set in the backyard. They don't know what happened there. And if you drive by, you'd never be able to tell. But sometimes at night, when the street goes quiet and the neighbors are asleep, someone who lives on that block gets on the porch to smoke, and they look over at that blue house, and they remember. They remember the smoke and the sirens and the 2 boys sitting on the curb with their hands cuffed behind their backs, not crying, not looking at anything, just sitting there. Hollow, like their father's skull. They remember the love letters that came out in court. They remember the word the investigators used, that the father was beaten beyond recognition. That word was recognition. And the worst part is, the boys couldn't even recognize what they'd done. Not really. Alex's grave is in a forgotten corner of a cemetery outside of Pensacola. It doesn't have a headstone yet. Just a small plaque on a plot of dirt. There are no flowers. No one visits. Someone paid for the cremation, but there was a delay, and the ashes sat in a funeral home for 3 months before anyone claimed them. His brother never showed up. The last case file on Alex King was closed in August of 2024. In the summary, the detective wrote 1 line: "No further investigation warranted." Nobody knows where Derek King is. Not the police, not the lawyers, not the family he burned away. He's out there somewhere. Or maybe he isn't. Maybe he's another missing person nobody's looking for. Maybe he's still carrying the bat around in his head, replaying that night over and over. But here's the thing that lingers, the thing that keeps people awake in Cantonment even after everything: the grooming, the trial, the acquittal, the convictions, the overturned convictions, the overdose. No one ever found out exactly what Ricky Chavis said to those boys that night. Alex never fully told. Derek never fully told. They both took it to the grave, and somewhere out there, Ricky Chavis knows. He knows what he said, what he promised, what he whispered into the ear of a 12-year-old boy to make him stand in a room and watch his brother kill his father. And he's going to die with that secret. The only piece of it ever recovered was a notebook Alex kept while in juvenile detention. In it, on the last page, he had written a quote. It wasn't from the Bible. It wasn't from a poem. It was from a song Ricky had played for him. The words were, "We belong together. We are forever. They will never take you from me." Alex underlined it twice. Story 13. The detective had been up for 20 hours when they found her. Not that he could have slept anyway. By the end of February, the Leslie Whittle case had turned into something nobody wanted to talk about in the office anymore. Too many days had passed with nothing. Too many phone boxes checked. Too many woods pulled apart. Too many farmers coming forward with sightings that led nowhere. The morale in the incident room was a dead thing. You could walk in there and feel it, the way you feel a house that's been empty for too long. That morning, the 7th of March, 1975, he had been sent back out to Bathpool, near Kidsgrove, because someone thought they'd seen a piece of clothing in a drainage culvert. He'd done that 100 times. You get a report, you pack up the kit, you drive out, you look at a bit of shredded plastic caught on a branch, and you drive back. He was tired of it, tired of the waiting, tired of the sound of the phones going off at 3 in the morning. The weather didn't help. It was cold, that damp cold that gets into your bones and stays there. The kind of cold that makes you think you'll never be warm again. He remembered standing near the entrance to the culvert, stamping his feet, watching his breath fog out in front of him. There were 4 or 5 other officers spread out along the bank, poking through dead grass with sticks. Nobody was in a rush. There was no reason to think this was anything different. Then, one of the young PCs, a kid from Stoke, started shouting back that there was a fence post with wire tied around it, and that the post was leaning over a dark hole in the ground. The detective walked over. He remembered the exact sound his boots made on the frosty ground. He remembered the way the kid looked, pale, not excited, just pale. Something about the way he was standing made the detective's stomach drop. The hole was the entrance to a drainage shaft, iron rings set into the concrete, going down maybe 40 feet. Dark, a smell came up out of it. Not sewage, not exactly. More like damp concrete and leaves and something else, something sweet and bad at the same time. He later wouldn't be able to explain that smell to anyone without them looking sick. He looked at the fence post. There was a length of wire wrapped around it, tight and neat, like somebody had done it carefully, with thought. That was the first thing that stuck with him, that neatness. He's seen suicide hanging before, seen rope or wire tied in knots by people in deep distress. Those knots are always rough, messy, the work of someone shaking and desperate. This was different. This was a knot tied by someone who knew what he was doing, someone who wanted to make sure it wouldn't come undone. He radioed for the rescue team. The officers gathered round. Nobody said much. They all knew what the wiring and the shaft meant, but nobody said it. The detective asked for a torch and started to climb down himself. Were he allowed to think about it later, he would admit that was a mistake. But at the time, he just needed to see. The shaft was narrow. His shoulders almost brushed the sides. Water trickled down the walls, cold and dirty. Every sound he made echoed up and down, multiplied, 100 wet footsteps. He counted the rings as he went down. 7, 8, 9. He lowered himself carefully, boots slipping on the green slime. The torch beam cut through the dark, but it was a weak light. He remembers thinking that if the batteries died, he would be stuck in a place that didn't want him. He saw her shoes first, white with a little heel. Girls' shoes. They were at the bottom of a second section, beyond a narrow ledge. He clicked the torch upward, and there she was. Leslie Whittle was lying on the ledge, maybe 8 feet further down, in a posture he still dreams about. Her head was tilted back. A piece of wire was tight around her neck. The other end went up to a pipe, and then to the fence post above. She was wearing a blue nightdress. Thin material. Nothing that would keep a person warm. Her legs were bare. One foot had lost its shoe. Her hair was spread out underneath her, and the skin of her face was dark, swollen, so you couldn't see her properly. But he knew it was her. Of course it was her. He didn't scream. He didn't shout. He just stayed there, hanging on the ladder, with his torch shaking in his hand. The only sound was the water dripping and his own breathing. He looked at the wire again. It wasn't wrapped around her neck in a loop. It was more like a collar with a simple knot at the side. It had been put on her like a leash. And there was a piece of black tape nearby, the kind used for electrical wiring, stuck to the concrete. He never forgot the tape. Why was there tape? Was it to cover her mouth? To blindfold her? The police later found a roll of it in Nielsen's house, but at the time he just stared at it, trying to understand what had happened down there. He radioed up to the surface, told them to get the doctor, told them to get him a body bag, told them they'd found her. He heard the PC above say, "Oh Christ," and then there was silence. Someone asked if she was alive. He didn't answer. Stupid question. It took them over 2 hours to get her body up. The shaft was too narrow for a regular stretcher. They had to rig a harness, lower a police surgeon down, cut the wire, and then shift her carefully. The detective stayed down there the whole time. He couldn't leave her. That's what he said later, with a bluntness that made people uncomfortable. He couldn't leave her alone in that dark hole, so he stayed on the ladder, watching, holding the torch steady. He remembered details that made the whole thing worse. Her hands were cold, but not stiff. That surprised him. He thought she would have been rigid. But the cold water and the damp had changed things. Her fingers were pale, bluish. No rings, no nail polish. She had small hands. She was just a kid, he kept thinking. 17 years old, and this is what somebody had reduced her to. When they finally had her up, the detective climbed out into the daylight. It took him a while to adjust. He stood there, blinking, with filthy water soaking through his trousers, and he could hear the distant sound of a dog barking and a car going past on the road. The world had kept going. That was the thing. The world had absolutely kept going, and this girl had spent weeks down there, in the dark, with a wire around her neck. The postmortem later showed that she had been alive when she was put down there. There were signs that she had moved around, maybe tried to find a comfortable position on the ledge. The wire was attached to the shaft in such a way that she had only a small range of movement. She could sit, maybe, if she kept her head straight. But if she relaxed too much, the wire tightened. If she fell asleep, she'd be in trouble. If she slipped, she'd strangle. The medical examiner said that's probably what happened. She fell asleep, or she moved the wrong way, and the wire caught her. There were no signs of a struggle under her fingernails. No defense wounds. She hadn't fought. Maybe because he told her not to. Maybe because she was too terrified to move. The detective went to the family's house that evening. He didn't have to go, but he wanted to tell them personally, because that's what you do when you've been the one to find a child's body. Mrs. Whittle was sitting in the living room, looking small and white. Leslie's brother Ronald and sister were there. He said the words, "We found her, and I'm sorry she's gone." He remembered how the mother made a sound, not a cry, something lower, a kind of moan that seemed to come from deep in her chest. It lasted less than a second, and then she went quiet. She nodded, as if she had expected it. Maybe she had. He didn't know what to do with himself, so he stood in the doorway and said that the investigation would continue, that they would find who did this. And then he left. But there was one thing he didn't tell the family. He couldn't tell them. It wasn't his place. It was the detail about the ransom drop, how the police had managed to mess up the instructions, how the drop was supposed to happen at a telephone box on the A34, but the message got scrambled, and the officers weren't in place. Nielsen had called. Wait, not Nielsen, he never spoke to him. But the plan was a shambles. There was a point where the whole thing could have been over. The money could have been handed over. Leslie could have been released. And instead, a misunderstanding, a misread map reference, a car in the wrong place, meant that no money was left, and Nielsen vanished, and the girl was left in a drainage shaft to die for lack of a 5-minute fix. He would never know for sure if the bungle caused her death. But he knew it didn't help. The detective went home that night. He took his boots off in the garage, left them there, because he didn't want to carry the dirt into the house. His wife was asleep. He made himself a cup of tea, drank it standing in the kitchen, looking out the window at the back garden. He kept seeing the wire. Not her face, the wire. The clean, careful knot. The way it had been tied to the fence post, as if securing a parcel. He thought about the hands that had tied that knot. He thought about the fact that those hands had also handled money and guns and post office keys. And then he reminded himself that they were still out there. The man who did this was still walking around, eating his dinner, breathing air. That thought followed him into the bedroom, but he didn't sleep. He lay down with his eyes open, staring at the ceiling, replaying the descent down that shaft over and over. It was only later, months later, after the trial, that he learned the name, Donald Nielsen. They said he'd been a burglar, a post office robber, that the murders of the sub-postmasters were part of the same chain. They said he maintained his innocence until the evidence crushed him, and then he pleaded guilty, almost with a shrug. But the detective didn't want to know about the trial. He didn't want to see Nielsen's face. He was transferred to a different division shortly after, and he tried to move on. He still gets it in his head sometimes, late at night. Not the shaft. Not the body. Not the sound of the mother. He gets the image of that knot, that neat, deliberate knot, and he imagines how long it took him to tie it. Less than a minute, probably. That's the part that gets him. That someone can do something so bad in less than a minute, and then walk away. And all the rest of it, the search, the waiting, the hope, the fear, the memory of a girl's hand, all that lasts forever. He never found out what the black tape was for. That detail eats at him worse than any of the others. No one ever explained the tape. It was just there, stuck to the concrete, next to the wire. And when he later heard that Nielsen had said nothing about it, wouldn't answer when asked, the detective felt a cold spot settle in his stomach, because it meant that something happened in that shaft that no one knows about. Something before she died. And she took it with her. Story 14. He woke up on February 14th, 2018, and the first thing he felt was the cold air hitting his face when he pulled the blanket down. His alarm had gone off at 6:15, and he lay there for a minute looking at the ceiling. He had a psychology test second period. He was a junior at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. He didn't want to go, but he never wanted to go. That was just how it was. He got dressed like he did every other morning. Gray hoodie, jeans, the same pair of black sneakers. He grabbed his backpack and a bag of chips from the kitchen, and his mom yelled something from her room about remembering to eat lunch. He said, "Yeah, okay." He walked out the front door, and the sun was already bright. The air was warm for February. It smelled like grass and car exhaust. Nothing felt off. Nothing at all. He drove to school with a friend, the kind of morning drive where you just sit and listen to the radio. They talked about a video game. They argued about who was better at it. It was stupid. It was exactly the kind of stupid that you don't realize you'll miss one day. They parked in the student lot around 7:20. The walk to the main building was the same as always. Little clusters of kids standing around, some holding paper hearts, some selling carnations for Valentine's Day. A couple of guys were throwing a football. A girl in a cheerleading uniform was holding a red balloon that said Happy Valentine's Day. He saw all of that. He didn't think about it. It was just the background noise of a normal school morning. First period started at 7:40. He had math. He sat in the back, next to a window. He remembers looking out at the courtyard and seeing the teacher's car parked in the same spot as always. The teacher was going on about slopes or some quadratic formula. He wasn't listening. He was checking his phone under the desk. He saw a meme. He laughed a little. The bell rang at 8:40. He packed up and walked with the crowd to second period. His psychology class was in the freshman building, the 3-story one with the corridors that all look the same. He had a free period after that, but he decided to go to the bathroom before class. That was the decision that probably saved his life. That minute. That 1 minute. He walked into the building around 8:59. The hallways were crowded with kids moving to their next classes. He remembers the fluorescent lights humming. The floor was that polished tan tile that squeaks when you drag your feet. He passed a couple of teachers he didn't recognize. He saw a boy wearing a heart-shaped cardboard crown. He saw a girl crying because her boyfriend broke up with her that morning. He didn't know her. He never saw her again. He got to the bathroom, pushed the door open, and ducked into a stall. He was in there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. While he was in there, the fire alarm went off. It was that loud, high-pitched, pulsing beep that goes off all the time because some kid burns popcorn in the microwave. Everyone sort of rolled their eyes. He finished up, washed his hands, and walked out into the hallway. And the hallway was already chaos. He didn't hear the first shots. He heard the fire alarm, and then he heard what sounded like someone popping balloons. 3 quick pops, then a pause, then more pops. But it wasn't balloons. People started screaming. Not the kind of screaming you hear at a game or a fight. The kind of screaming that comes from deep in your chest. The kind you think is only in movies. A group of kids ran past him, knocking over a trash can. A teacher was yelling, "Get back in your rooms." He was standing right in the middle of the hallway, frozen. Then he saw the blood. A boy a few feet away dropped. Just dropped, like a puppet with the strings cut. He didn't even see where he was hit. There was a pool of red spreading out on the tile. The boy was trying to say something, but only gurgling sounds came out. His eyes were wide open. He turned and ran. He didn't think. He just ran to the nearest classroom door. The door was locked. He slammed his shoulder against it. It didn't budge. He heard another burst of pops, and they were closer. He looked down the hallway and saw a figure at the far end. A man, wearing a black shirt and a kind of tactical vest, holding a rifle at his hip. The man was moving slowly, walking toward him, firing into classrooms through the windows. He turned and ran the other way. His feet were sliding on the tile. He thought he might fall. He thought he might get shot in the back. He didn't look behind him. He just ran until he saw an open door. It was a stairwell. He ran down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, and his knees buckled when he hit the bottom. He crashed into the wall. There was a door to the outside. He pushed through it. He was out. He was in a courtyard. He could still hear the pops, but they were muffled now. He saw kids running across the grass, some with blood on their clothes. He heard the fire alarm still going off, so loud it drowned out the screams. He kept running. He didn't know where he was going. He just had to get away from that building. He was behind a dumpster near the bus loop when he finally stopped. He was shaking. He pulled out his phone. There were texts from his mom already. She had seen the news? No. Probably a friend of hers at work heard something. He typed "I'm okay," but his hands were shaking so bad he kept hitting the wrong letters. He sent it anyway. He texted his dad. He texted his friend from the ride to school. No answer. He heard the sirens, lots of them. He stayed behind that dumpster for what felt like an hour, but was probably 10 minutes. He heard helicopters. He heard voices shouting police. Then gunshots again, but they were different. Sharper. He didn't know if it was the shooter or the officers. He just pressed his back against the metal and pulled his knees to his chest. Eventually, an officer with a rifle found him. The officer told him to put his hands up and walk toward the sound of his voice. He dropped his phone and did it. His hands were up so high they hurt. The officer grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him along. He was taken to a parking lot across the street, where a bunch of other students were huddled behind police cars. Some were crying. Some just stood there, staring at nothing. A girl held a flower in her hand, still intact. She didn't even know she had it. He looked back at the school. There were smoke and sirens, and a weird kind of quiet that comes after something terrible. He stood there for a long time. He didn't know yet that the shooter was a former student named Nicholas Cruz. He didn't know yet that 17 people were dead. He didn't know that the boy who dropped in the hallway, the one he stepped around as he ran, he had stepped around him, stepped over his blood, was already gone. When they finally let the students leave, when they were allowed back on the bus loop to find their parents, he saw his mom. She ran toward him and wrapped her arms around him. He didn't cry. He couldn't. He just stood there with his face against her shoulder, smelling her perfume, hearing the news helicopters overhead. He went home. He didn't say much. He sat on the couch in the living room and stared at the television. The governor was speaking. The president was speaking. He heard the name. Nicholas Cruz. He saw the photos they were showing, the kid from the yearbook page, the one with the brown eyes and the expressionless face. He didn't remember ever seeing him in the hallways, but he had. He must have. Then the news started showing the things that had been found online. A YouTube comment from months earlier, where a user who went by Nicholas Cruz had written something like, "I'm going to be a professional school shooter." Someone had reported that comment to the FBI. The FBI had followed up. They had interviewed him. But they didn't do anything. The comment was posted in September of the year before, and in February he walked into the school with an AR-15 he had legally bought. He had a history of threatening behavior. He had posted pictures of himself with guns on Instagram. He had been kicked out of the school for hitting students. He had threatened to shoot up the school on YouTube. And still, nothing. The boy sitting on his couch. Our boy, the one who ran down the stairs and hid behind a dumpster, watched all of it. He watched a timeline of the shooter's warnings scroll across the bottom of the screen. It was like a checklist of things that should have stopped it. A report from a neighbor, a report from a guidance counselor, an anonymous tip to the FBI. Each one turned into a yellow sticky note on a screen, and each one was ignored. He started to shake again, not from the cold, from the realization that fire alarm, the one that went off at the start of the shooting, they all thought it was a drill. They all walked out of their classrooms, into the hallways, just like they were supposed to. And the shooter used it. He pulled the fire alarm before he started shooting. That's why he shot so many people. Because everyone was out in the open, right there in the hallway, waiting for instructions, looking for smoke. He set off the fire alarm on purpose. That was the trick. And the boy thought about the moment he walked out of the bathroom. He had been annoyed by the alarm. He had thought about the psychology test he was about to take. He had thought about the Valentine's Day card he saw in the hallway. He had thought about all the normal things a 17-year-old would think about. But the person who pulled that alarm, Nicholas Cruz, had been thinking about something else for months. He had been planning. He had told people. He had literally written it down. And still, nobody stopped him. He went to bed that night and tried to sleep. He couldn't. He lay there in the dark, listening to his own breathing. His mom was in the next room, crying. His phone kept buzzing with texts from friends, some asking if he was alive. He didn't answer most of them. Around 2 a.m, he got up and walked to the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror. Same face, same gray hoodie, same tired eyes. He didn't feel like the same person. He felt like something else. He felt like a survivor, but not in a good way. He felt like a person who had been given a chance to live, while 17 other people didn't get that chance. Why him? Why was he in the bathroom at that exact minute? Why did the boy next to him die? Why did he not? There was no answer. There would never be an answer. He went back to his room and lay down. The house was quiet. The night was quiet. And for the rest of his life, every time a fire alarm goes off, every time he hears that high-pitched beep, his heart will jump into his throat and he will feel the tile floor under his feet and see the pool of blood spreading, and he will run. Even if it's just a drill, even if it's just somebody burning popcorn, he will run. Because he knows, now, what that sound can mean. That's what Nicholas Cruz taught him. That's what they all learned that day. The last thing he saw before he finally fell asleep was the image on the television, looping over and over, the shooter, walking through the hallway, holding the rifle. And in the background, the fire alarm was still going off. But no one was listening for the alarm anymore. They were listening for the sound of footsteps. Story 15, Colt woke up that morning at his dad's place in a trailer off Highway 82, just outside Winder. He was 14. He went to bed at like 2 a.m, playing video games and scrolling through Discord. His father, Colin Gray, had already left for work at around 6, but he'd texted Colt that morning. Just a normal, have a good day, do your schoolwork thing. Colt didn't reply right away. He laid in bed for a long time, staring at the ceiling. He knew what day it was. Not because there was something special about the calendar, but because he'd been planning it for weeks. Not the exact date, but the general idea. It was just a matter of when. And that morning, it felt like the clock had finally caught up to him. He got up, took a shower, put on the same jeans and hoodie he wore most days. He didn't have a big breakfast, just a bowl of cereal and a glass of water. He fed the dog, a little mutt his dad had brought home a few months back. He packed his backpack, but not with books. That was the part that still gets me. He put in a few notebooks to make it look normal. Then, he took the AR-15 style rifle his dad had given him last Christmas and wrapped it in a black duffel bag. The barrel was still cold from the morning air. He checked the magazine, made sure it was loaded, and slid the bag into the back of his dad's old Ford F-150, the one he was allowed to drive to school, because Colin worked early, and Colt needed a way to get there. He had a learner's permit, but he drove alone every day anyway. Before he left, he sent a text. Not to a friend, to a group chat, or maybe just a single person. The accounts differ, but the content was something like, "I'm sorry for what I'm about to do." He also texted his dad. That one is confirmed. He wrote, "I'm sorry, Dad." Colin didn't see it until later, because he was on the job site. Colt didn't wait for a response. He put his phone in his pocket, backed out of the driveway, and drove the 6 miles to Apalachee High School. Here's what I can't wrap my head around. This wasn't some sudden snap. This was a kid who'd been on the radar for more than a year. Back in May of 2023, the FBI got a tip about Discord messages that Colt had posted. Threats about committing a school shooting. They sent a task force officer to the house. They interviewed Colt and his father. Colt denied it, said a hacker or someone else had access to his account. Colin Gray, the dad, told the officers that his son didn't have access to firearms. He told them he had a gun safe, that he was a responsible gun owner. The FBI left. No arrest, no red flags. And then a year later, Christmas 2023, Colin Gray buys his 14-year-old son an AR-style rifle as a gift. Not a pellet gun, a real one. He also gave him a red dot scope. The man didn't even buy him a proper gun case. He just handed it over and said, "Don't let it leave the room." But it did. It left the room on September 4, and it took 4 souls with it. The drive to school that morning was routine. He passed the same gas station, the same railroad crossing, the same row of pines before you turn onto the school's access road. He parked in the student lot, Section B, like always. It was about 10 minutes before the first bell, and there were already kids hanging around outside. He didn't make eye contact. He slung the duffel bag over his shoulder and walked toward the main building. The bag was heavy, he said later, but not so heavy he couldn't carry it. The rifle was about 7.5 pounds, plus the magazine. He'd practiced with it at a shooting range outside the county. His dad had taken him twice. Colin even bragged to a neighbor that his son was a good shot. That neighbor's words are going to follow Colin Gray for the rest of his life. Colt went to his first period class, algebra. He sat in the back. The teacher, a woman in her 50s, asked if he was feeling okay, because he looked pale. He said he was fine. He didn't actually take any notes. He just watched the clock. When the bell rang for second period, he picked up his bag and left. He didn't go to the classroom. Instead, he went to the boys' bathroom on the second floor. That's where he pulled the rifle out of the duffel, tucked the bag behind a toilet, and put the rifle under his hoodie. It wasn't exactly hidden, but he wore a baggy jacket, so maybe it wasn't obvious. He walked down the hall toward the social studies wing. Nobody knows his exact route. But at around 9:30 in the morning, he stepped into a classroom that had a door open, and he raised the rifle. The first person he shot was a student, a boy sitting near the window. The bullet hit him in the upper chest. He didn't scream. He just went down, making a sound like air leaving a balloon. Then, everything went loud. There were kids under desks, kids running for the door. The teacher, a man in his 30s, tried to push Colt out of the room, and Colt fired again. That teacher went down. The whole thing lasted less than a minute in that room, but by the time it was over, he'd fired maybe a dozen rounds. Then, he moved into the hallway. A second teacher came out of a classroom to see what was happening, and Colt shot her too. She fell in the doorway. Students were trying to close doors, lock them, but the locks were the kind you had to slide, and in the panic, some wouldn't catch. He fired through one door, hitting a student on the other side. Bullets ricocheted off lockers. The sound was like nothing I've ever heard described without people crying. It was popping but deeper, and it bounced off the walls and made it impossible to tell where it was coming from. A school resource officer was in the building. He ran toward the gunfire. Colt saw him coming, turned, and fired. The officer didn't hit him, but Colt took cover behind a corner. Then, according to the officer's report, Colt dropped the rifle, raised his hands, and surrendered. Just like that. No standoff. No final shot at himself. He just put the gun down on the floor and said, "I'm done." The officer tackled him and cuffed him. It was 9:45 in the morning. The whole shooting lasted maybe 7 minutes. When police arrived, they found 4 dead, 2 students and 2 teachers. 9 others were wounded, some in critical condition. The last victim died in a hospital that afternoon. Colt was taken to the county detention center, booked as an adult. That evening, he was charged with 55 counts, including murder and aggravated assault. He didn't say much during processing. He didn't cry. According to one officer who was in the room, he asked if his dad knew what happened. When they told him likely, he just nodded. Here's the part that makes this whole thing feel even sicker. His father, Colin Gray, was arrested that night, not for the shooting, but for giving Colt the weapon. He was charged with involuntary manslaughter, second-degree murder, and cruelty to children. In other words, they're holding a father responsible for buying an AR-15 for a kid who had already been investigated for threatening to shoot up a school. And the FBI warning? That's the kicker. Colin Gray was specifically told in 2023 that his son had made threats. He was told that his son had access to no firearms, and then he went out and bought him one. Not for hunting, not for sport, for target practice, he said. But the weapon was designed for one thing, to kill as many people as possible as quickly as possible. I keep thinking about that Christmas morning. Colt wakes up. His dad hands him a box. He opens it, and there's a rifle inside. A high-powered, semi-automatic weapon. And his dad is smiling, telling him to take care of it. There's video, I think, of Colt holding it in the backyard, shooting at a cardboard target. His dad is filming. You can hear Colin's voice say, "That's my boy." That's the image that sticks, not the shooting, not the bodies, the father's voice. The thing that unsettles me the most, though, is the text Colt sent that morning. "I'm sorry, Dad." What was he sorry for? For killing people? For making his dad own a part of it? Or was he sorry because he knew his dad would be blamed, and in a twisted way, he wanted to apologize for the consequences to his family, not for the act itself? We'll never know for sure, because he's not talking. He hasn't shown remorse in court. He sits there with a blank face, like he's already recorded his testimony in his head and doesn't need to explain anymore. There's a detail that didn't make the news, but I heard from a deputy who was at the scene. When they were clearing the school, they found a notebook in Colt's locker. It was a school assignment, a paragraph about what you want to do in the future. Colt Gray had written something about wanting to be a professional video game player. In the margins, there was a drawing of a stick figure holding a rifle, and underneath it, in pencil, the words, "This is not a game." The deputy didn't turn it in as evidence at first because he thought it was a joke. Then he read the news and started shaking. So yes, that's what happened. On September 4th, 2024, a 14-year-old boy with a Christmas gift from his father killed 4 people, wounded 9 others, and changed the lives of hundreds. He's sitting in a jail cell right now, likely to spend the rest of his life locked up. And his father is sitting in a different cell, charged with being the reason that Rifle was in a school building in the first place. The last time anyone heard from Colin Gray was during his arraignment when he said, under his breath, "I never thought he'd actually do it." But he did. And someone should have. That's the part I can't let go of. Not the threat, not the gift. The father's last act before the shooting was a text to his son, "Don't be late." Colt replied, "I won't." And he wasn't late. He was exactly on time. Story 16. Busan Prison was loud at night. Not the kind of loud with voices, but the heavy kind of loud from pipes creaking and wind hitting the old walls, and far off somewhere a radiator clanking like a man with a hammer. There were 5 men in his cell with him, all asleep, all breathing at different speeds. The air smelled like sweat and boiled cabbage, and the faint, sharp ammonia that came from the bucket they used when the toilet was too far. He counted their breaths one by one like he did every night. He knew each man's breathing better than he knew his own. He slid out of bed, not slowly, not dramatically, just a normal move. The springs of his cot made a soft whine, and he froze. No one stirred. The other men had come to trust him. That was the thing. Over the past year, he'd become quiet, cooperative, almost docile. He stopped talking back to the guards. He stopped complaining about the food. He even started reading the small beat-up Bible they handed out. The guards wrote in their reports that he was showing signs of rehabilitation. They said that. He saw the report once, left on a table. He almost laughed when he read it. He wasn't rehabilitating. He was becoming invisible. He put his feet on the cold concrete. The floor was so cold it made his teeth clench. He had lost a lot of weight in the last 6 months. He had to. Some of it was diet. He started eating only half of what they gave him, hiding the rest in a plastic bag he'd sewn into his mattress. Some of it was exercise. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats. At night, when everyone was asleep, he'd do the same routine over and over with a towel around his neck. Silent, counting in his head. Now his ribs were showing under his shirt. His shoulder bones stuck out like shelf edges. He needed that. There was a vent in the back wall high up behind the toilet pipe. It was covered by a steel grate 5 centimeters thick. Behind that, a narrow shaft that led to a maintenance corridor. He'd been cutting through the grate with a piece of saw blade he'd hidden inside a hollowed-out book on Korean history. It had taken him 4 months of moving the blade back and forth in tiny strokes, stopping at every step. He didn't want to think about what would happen if he got caught. Now, in the dark, he stood on his cot and then up onto the radiator pipe. It was hot. The pipe heated his bare foot and he bit his lip hard, enough to taste blood. He reached up with both hands and felt the grate. In the dark, he could feel where he'd almost cut through the top and bottom edges. He had been careful to leave thin sections that he could break with a strong push. He pushed. The grate didn't move. He pushed harder, his arms shaking. The metal bit into his fingers. He could feel sweat rolling down his back, and for a moment he thought he would have to lie down and forget the whole thing. He said to himself, not out loud, but inside, "You push or you die here." He pushed again, using all his weight, his feet sliding on the pipe. This time he heard a small grunt, a sound. He froze, listening. The men asleep didn't move. The grate gave way with a low screech, and he caught it with one hand before it could clatter on the floor. He held it there, his arms burning, and then he lowered it and placed it against the wall. He now had a dark rectangular opening in front of him. The tricky part was the shaft. He had crawled into it 3 nights ago to measure it. It was narrow, about 50 centimeters wide, maybe 65 tall. He had lost weight, But he wasn't a small man in any other way. He was 173 centimeters, broad shoulders from years of manual labor. His shoulders were the problem. He had been doing a specific set of stretches, pressing his arms backward against the cell door until his joints nearly popped out, to make the muscles along his collarbone more flexible. He didn't know if it would be enough. Now, as he stuck his head into the shaft, it was dark and dusty and smelled like rust. He pulled himself up with his elbows, feeling the jagged edges of the cut metal scratch his forearms. It hurt, a sharp bite, but he didn't care. He had to get his chest through. He did. He remembered to breathe. He squeezed his ribcage, pulled his stomach in, and wiggled forward, the roughness scraping off skin from his hips. His heart was beating so loud, he thought the whole prison must hear it. He pushed one arm forward, then the other like a snake. The shaft tilted upward a little, and he had to use his toes against the metal to push. At one point, he got stuck at the chest. His lungs couldn't expand, and for 5 seconds he panicked, thinking he would die inside this wall, that they'd find his body in a few weeks, eaten by rats. A story they would laugh about. He forced himself to exhale completely, letting the air out of his lungs until his ribs folded down, and then he slid forward about 2 centimeters. He exhaled again. Again, each tiny slide was pure. No air left, no room, just the metal and the dark and the smell of his own blood. He got through. He came out the other side into a narrow shaft that led down into the maintenance corridor. He was covered in dust and sweat and small drops of blood from the cuts. He landed on the shoulder and rolled, trying to keep quiet. He lay there for a minute, breathing with his mouth wide open, looking up at the dark ceiling. He couldn't believe it. He almost expected a hand to grab his ankle. But nothing. Just his own heavy breathing. From there, the escape was all about timing. He knew the patrol schedule. A night guard walked the perimeter every 45 minutes. He had observed this over months. He also knew there was a blind spot in the camera coverage near the west wall, where the old building's water pipes ran along the outside. He had seen it on a blueprint he had stolen from the maintenance office while cleaning it. It was a crazy plan. It was the plan of a man who had nothing to lose. He made his way along the maintenance corridor, climbing over pipes, going under a low beam, squeezing past a generator that hummed warm. He stopped when he heard footsteps above him. The guard. The heavy, slow footsteps of a man at the end of his shift. He pressed himself behind a bundle of electrical wires, and his hand touched something soft. A rat. It scurried away. He didn't move. He could hear the guard cough, spit, mutter something to himself. Then patter of rain starting outside, tapping on the roof. The guard kept walking. His footsteps faded. Shin counted to 30 before he moved again. He reached the water pipes that led outside. There was a small grilled opening, blocked by rusted bars. He used the same piece of saw blade. It took him 7 minutes of cutting one bar. The rain was pouring now, and the water dripped down through the grill, soaking his hair, his face. He pushed the bar out. It dropped, clanging somewhere below. He waited, heart in his throat. Nothing, no shouts, no alarm, just the rain. He pushed the second bar. This one broke easier. He widened the gap just enough, then squeezed through head first, dropping down the wall. The big wall was ahead. It was 7 meters high, topped with barbed wire and broken glass set into concrete. He had planned for this too. He had a long piece of heavy gauge wire he had stolen months ago and hidden inside the lining of his jacket, along with 2 strips of cloth torn from his mattress cover. He wrapped the cloth around his hands. He threw the wire up, his arm straining, the raindrops hitting his face. It caught on the concrete ledge on the first try. He pulled, testing. The wire held. He started climbing, his bare toes digging into the small gaps in the brick. The rain made everything slick. Halfway up he nearly slipped, and for a second he hung by his hands, feet skidding off the wet wall, the sharp glass cutting into his cheek. He pulled himself up, ignoring the blood running down his neck. At the top, he gripped the ledge. He could see over the wall. Beyond was the countryside, the dark fields, the small lights of a village several kilometers away, and the city of Busan glowing dully on the horizon. He felt a rush of air, cold and clean. He had not felt this in almost 3 years. He tore the sleeve of his shirt and rapped the top of the wall where the glass was embedded, then pulled himself over and rolled across the barbed wire without even registering how much it sliced him. He dropped. 7 meters. He hit the ground with a thunderous impact that knocked the air out of his lungs. His right ankle turned under him, and he felt a sharp crack. Pain shot up his leg. For a moment, he blacked out. He could have been out for a minute. When he woke up, he was lying in a cold puddle of mud, the rain falling on his face, his ankle throbbing like a heartbeat. He sat up. He hadn't screamed. He forced himself to stand, using a tree branch he found. His ankle could take some weight, but every step sent a jolt up to his hip. He started walking. He limped for what felt like hours. The gray of his prison uniform was dark with mud and rain. He followed a ditch along the road. He was on the run, but he didn't know where to go. He had no plan for what came after. All he knew was the wall. At dawn, the rain stopped, and the clouds lightened. He reached the edge of a small town. There was a house with clothes on a line, gray work clothes, a jacket. He took them. It was the first theft of his new life. He pulled off his prison uniform and put on the stolen clothes, a heavy blue work jacket, pants 2 sizes too big, canvas shoes that smelled like someone else. He left his prison uniform in a muddy ditch, quietly, as if the clothes had to be buried. His ankle had swollen to the size of his calf. He found a hose pipe on the side of a building and washed the blood off his face and arms. He looked at himself in the reflective glass of a closed shop. He recognized himself, but something behind his eyes was different. He stayed there for a moment, staring. For the first time since he was a child, he saw a man who didn't belong to anyone, not to the state, not to the prison, not to his father. He could have stayed there looking at that reflection for a long time, but the sound of a truck approaching made him move. He spent that day walking, not running. Walking, he was in too much pain to run. He figured if he ran, he would attract attention. So he walked, head down, hands in his pockets, like a man going to work. He had stolen some food from a market stall, a piece of dried squid, and a bottle of water. He ate it in a stairwell, sitting on the damp concrete, chewing slowly, feeling his body trying to heal. His ankle was black and blue. He found a hardware store and stole a pair of pliers and a roll of tape. He taped his ankle so tight that he couldn't bend it, and then he kept walking. In the evening, he found himself on a bus headed towards Seoul. He didn't know why he chose that bus. He paid with money he had stolen from a coat in that same house where he found the clothes. He sat in the back, near the window, and watched the countryside roll by. The other passengers were sleepy, indifferent. He was just another man in an old jacket with a bruised face and eyes that didn't blink enough. He sat there, and for the first time all day, he had a moment to think. Not about the next move, but about what he had done. He thought about the man in the shop, the one he had killed. It had been 8 years ago. The man was old, maybe 60, running a small stationery and tobacco shop near a market in Seoul. Shin was 22, desperate, hungry, full of a rage he couldn't name. He had gone in to rob, just a small job. He had a length of pipe in his hand. The old man had looked at him, not scared, but tired. He said something, Shin didn't remember what. He swung the pipe. One hit. He didn't even hit him that hard. But the old man fell and hit his head on the glass counter and died 3 days later in the hospital. Shin was caught 2 weeks afterwards. The whole thing was stupid. He stayed awake for the entire bus ride, staring at the dark window, and he realized something that he didn't like. He couldn't remember the old man's face. He could remember the pipe in his hand, the way the counter broke, the sound of the body hitting the floor. But the face? Nothing. It was just a blank space where a person should be. He had spent 8 years telling himself it was an accident, that he didn't mean it. Maybe that was true. But it wasn't the face he couldn't remember that scared him. It was that he didn't feel bad about it at all. He felt nothing. The bus arrived in Seoul at 3 in the morning. He stepped off, his legs stiff and swollen. The city was still asleep. Just a few taxis, a street sweeper, the smell of exhaust and cabbage coming from the markets that were starting to wake up. He walked towards the market area, because that was the only way he knew. He was going to be a thief again. He knew that now. It was the only trade he had. But he also knew he was going to do it differently. He was going to be smarter. He was going to take from those who could afford to lose it. He didn't know yet about the orphanages, the nursing homes. That was later. At that moment, all he knew was that he needed to survive. As he walked, he came across a small Christian church, with a wooden sign and a single lamp above the door. There was a cement courtyard, and under a roof, a pile of things that looked like donations, old clothes, a box of shoes, a bundle of rice. He stopped. He looked at his own feet, torn and bloody, and wrapped in a canvas shoe too large for him. He crouched, picked out a pair of old boots, put them on. They fit. He stood up, and then he did something strange. At least he thought it was strange. He took the money he had left, about 30,000 won, he counted it in his pocket, and he put it in the church donation box, the one that was chained to the wall for the poor. He didn't know why he did it. It could have been guilt. It could have been hope. It could have been the same madness that let him crawl through a vent with his own ribs cracking. He put the money in and walked away. 30 minutes later, he was hiding in an alley behind a high-rise apartment building. He watched as a man in a suit stumbled out drunk, fumbling with his car keys. Shin waited until the man got into a luxury car, started it, and drove off with music blaring. He smiled to himself, and then walked to the underground garage of a nearby building. He knew there would be a locked room where the building management kept supplies. It was the kind of place he had robbed 100 times before his arrest. He was going to break in, not to steal much, just to sleep for a few hours, to hide, to think. The lock was cheap. He popped it with a twisted piece of wire. He sat down in the dark room, between boxes of toilet paper and cleaning fluid. He took off his boot, examined his ankle, which was now the size of a tennis ball and purple. He retaped it, tighter. He lay down on the cold concrete floor, using his jacket as a pillow. He was exhausted. He closed his eyes. And the last thought he had before sleep came wasn't about where he would go next, or how many people were looking for him. It wasn't about his mother, or his father, or the old man in the shop. It was about the prison cell, specifically the little vent in the back wall. He realized that the guards would find the cut bars maybe today, maybe tomorrow. And they would find the gash in the wall, and the drop, and the wire still hanging from the ledge. And then they would find the uniform in the ditch. He knew they would look for him everywhere. They would set up checkpoints. They would broadcast his face. He knew all of that. But what he didn't know, what he couldn't have known, was that he would never, for the rest of his life, even as they caught him and threw him back in prison and added 22 years to his sentence, as they turned his life into a story and a film and a book, he would never again have a single night without seeing that empty face. The old man's face. The one he couldn't remember. And he knew, in that dark storage room, his eyes closing, that somehow that blank space was going to follow him more closely than any guard, any camera, any wall. He had escaped the prison. But he had opened up a door in himself that he could never close, and he felt it all the way in his bones as he finally fell asleep. He dreamed he was standing in front of a shop with a pipe in his hand, and the old man was there, and the old man's face was completely smooth, like a balloon. In the dream, Shin tried to look away, but he couldn't. He woke up an hour later covered in sweat, still on the concrete floor. The first thing he did, before checking his ankle, before looking out the door to see if anyone was coming, was press the heels of his hands into his own eyes until he saw colors. Then he put on the stolen boots, and he walked out into the early morning of the 20th of January, free for the first time in his life, and already haunted by what he had carried inside him all along. Story 17. Do-won Kwon remembers the exact moment when maybe became it's over. It was the 9th of May, 2022, at 1:47 in the afternoon. He knows because he checked his phone right before a price alert came in. Terra USD had dropped to 98 cents. For most people, 2 cents below $1 sounds like nothing. But for a stablecoin, it's a crack you can't miss. Kwon didn't miss it. He built the thing. For months, he had been saying the same thing in every interview. Terra USD is not backed by a bank. It's backed by an algorithm. The algorithm mints and burns its sister token, Luna. If Terra USD ever dips below $1, people can sell it for Luna. That mints new Luna, increases the supply, lowers Luna's price, and pushes Terra USD back to $1. That was the design. He explained it in that calm, patient tone that made people feel smart for understanding it. Then he told them they could earn 20% on their Terra USD. 20%. A bank gives you 1%. Kwon gave people 20 and said it was safe. He asked them to trust math. They did. He had been making himself believe it too. There were times he actually believed the system was too big to fail. The total value locked was huge. The yields were paying out every week. The price stayed at $1 for months. People stopped asking hard questions because the money kept coming. 20%. 20% on a stablecoin. People never asked what happens if everyone wants out at the same time. He never answered that question because there was no answer. It would have sounded insane. He woke up that morning in a hotel room, not in the office. The phone was hot when he touched it. Not warm. Hot, there were over 200 notifications on the screen. He didn't read them. He opened the price chart first. Terra USD, 98 cents. It felt like standing on a plank and watching it bend. Not break yet, but bend. He tried to tell himself it was normal. Stablecoins move a little sometimes. There was that time in the past when Terra USD dipped, and it came back. It always came back. But then he opened Luna. Luna had gone from around $80 to $75 in a few hours. That's not a normal move for a top coin. In the algorithm, Luna and Terra USD are connected. People selling Terra USD receive newly minted Luna. That increases the supply of Luna. If the supply grows faster than buyers, Luna's price drops. And if Luna's price drops, the system has to mint even more Luna to handle the same selling pressure. It's a loop that feeds itself. Kwon understood that loop better than anyone alive, and he understood that once it starts moving fast enough, it cannot stop. He called the other co-founder. No answer. He called a contact at one of the large exchanges. No answer. He left a voice message. He didn't say stablecoin is breaking. Saying it out loud would make it real. He said, "I need to talk to someone today," and hung up. For the next few hours, he sat on the edge of the bed with his laptop open. He was the founder of one of the biggest projects in crypto, and he was alone in a hotel room watching the floor drop out. No team around him, no emergency meeting, just a screen and a phone that kept buzzing with messages he didn't want to read. He checked the main group chat. People were sending screenshots. People were asking if it was a hack. People were telling each other to hold. Kwon did not respond. He couldn't. What was he supposed to say? "It's fine" felt like a lie, and he still wrote it anyway. He typed, "The team is aware of the volatility and is working to stabilize the network." He read it. He sent it. Then he closed the laptop and stared at the wall. By 3 in the afternoon, Terra USD was at 93 cents. The other co-founder finally called back. The call was 2 minutes long. Kwon never told anyone what was said in those 2 minutes. But after the call, a message appeared in the internal group, "We need to pause withdrawals." Kwon looked at that message and felt the blood leave his face. Pausing withdrawals is the same as telling people the stablecoin isn't stable. You only pause a bank run if you're already in one. And it's already too late. He started trying to move money. Not the company's money. Don't get your own story twisted. He started trying to move his own backup money. There was a wallet that was not connected to the company. He had set it up earlier that year. He told himself it was an emergency reserve. He told himself it was for payroll. He told himself if something went wrong, he needed a way to keep the project alive from outside. The wallet had received millions from the Treasury in late March and again in April. He had not announced it. He had not recorded it in any public ledger. He checked the wallet balance at around 6 in the evening, while his network was having a heart attack. The money was still there. He felt safe for a second. That second was the only honest moment he had all day. By 7 in the evening, the price had moved even faster. Terra USD was hovering around 80 cents. Luna was below $7. The supply had exploded. The algorithm was operating exactly as designed, minting Luna at a rate that was impossible to absorb. Kwon could see the numbers changing in real time. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in value were disappearing every second. He did not cry. He didn't scream. He just kept refreshing the page, like it was a sports score and not a funeral he was planning. The whistleblower found him at 9:17 that night. It was a message from a number he didn't recognize. No contact name. Just a link and one sentence. The sentence said, "You knew. You knew this morning." Kwon opened the link. It was a document. It had screenshots. The first screenshot showed a wallet address. The second showed a long transaction history. The third showed a bank form with his name on it. Not the company name. His name. There was also a folder label in the corner. The folder was called Compliance. The document was time-stamped months before the crash. It showed that a partner wallet, funded by Treasury money, had made a large withdrawal of Terra USD a day before the collapse started. The withdrawal wasn't accidental. It had been prepared weeks in advance. There were notes in the document, typed by someone who worked inside the company, warning that a death spiral could happen if large amounts exited at once. Another note suggested that Kwon's personal wallet was receiving regular transfers, and that this had never been disclosed. The document didn't call it fraud. It didn't have to. It just laid everything out in plain text, using screenshots from the company's own shared drive. Kwon read it all. He didn't look away. He didn't scroll quickly. He read it like a surgeon reading a scan, looking for the exact place where everything had gone wrong. There it was. The exact place was him. The algorithm didn't fail. It was designed to fail under exactly the kind of pressure that was happening. And the pressure had been helped. Someone had known. Quan had known. The document said it clearly. There was no accident. There was no market panic. There was a door that somebody opened, and the whole building came down. He deleted the message. He deleted the link. He turned off the phone. Then he turned it back on because he couldn't stop looking. By midnight, Terra USD was around 60 cents. Luna was under $5. The total supply of Luna had rocketed past 10 billion tokens. The market cap was evaporating. $40 billion wasn't a number anymore. It was a memory. Quan started packing. He didn't pack much. He packed a laptop, a phone, a wallet, and a passport. The passport was in the bottom drawer of the hotel furniture. It was not in his name. It had been made months earlier by a real person who made documents for a living. Quan told himself it was for privacy. He told himself that in crypto, nobody uses their real name. But when he held the passport, he saw the screenshots again. He saw his name on the bank form. He saw the wallet. He saw the note that said "you knew," and he knew what he was. He didn't sleep that night. He sat on the bed in the dark with the phone face down. The air conditioning hummed. The curtains let in a thin line of light from the city. At some point, he opened the passport and looked at the photograph. The face looked like him. Because it was him. The name wasn't his, but the face was. He closed the passport and put it in the bag. The next days were a blur of public chaos. Luna went from $5 to almost nothing in less than 48 hours. Terra USD fell to pennies. People lost life savings. There were reports of people calling suicide hotlines. There were videos of people burning signs. The crypto world had lost $40 billion, and the name on everyone's lips was Do-won Kwon. He didn't appear. He didn't tweet. He didn't post anything. He just moved. From one hotel room to another. From one city to another. He had been planning this route for a long time. That's the part people don't always understand. It wasn't a panic escape. It was a door he had built for himself months before the collapse. It still didn't save him. In 2023, he was arrested in Montenegro with documents that the authorities called forged. The name on the passport was not his name. But the face was his face. He was held, extradited to the United States, and put on trial. In the courtroom, the whistleblower's document became evidence. It proved that the collapse wasn't an accident. It proved that Kwon had been siphoning money into a private wallet for months. It proved that he had known about the risks, known about the withdrawal, known about the warning from his own employee, and did nothing to stop it. The judge sentenced him to 40 years. 40 years. Kwon didn't react. He didn't shake his head. He didn't look at the investors in the room. He just looked at the back of the courtroom, where there was an empty row of chairs like he was expecting someone who hadn't come. The bailiff led him out. The cameras clicked, and the document was filed away as evidence. But here's the thing that nobody has solved. The whistleblower's message. The one that arrived that night at 9:17 with the link and the words "you knew." "You knew this morning" was sent from a burn account. It could not be traced. The person who created the document was never publicly identified. The screenshots could only have come from someone with deep access to Terraform Labs. And the message came on the exact day of the crash, at the exact moment when Kwon was alone and packing his passport. It was not made public until months later, Whoever sent it knew exactly when to send it. Quan has never told investigators who he thinks it was. He has never asked for a shorter sentence. He has never cooperated with any of the questions about that message. And the document is still out there, on a shared drive, or in a burn account, or in the hands of someone who hasn't spoken yet. The file is still waiting. That's the part that keeps everyone on edge. Because the whistleblower didn't just expose what Duan Quan did, they exposed it at exactly the right moment to make sure he couldn't escape. And then they watched from the dark. They never came forward. They never asked for credit. They never even asked Quan to answer for what he did. They just handed him the truth and let it tear him apart. As of today, the question is still open. Who was it? And what did they know before everyone else? Quan knows. He's not telling. Story 18. Nobody who knew Guifon back then would have called her weak. She worked 10, sometimes 12 hours a day at her little salon, filing and polishing other women's nails while Ling Ling sat at a small fold-out table in the corner doing homework. The salon didn't make much money. She had to count every yuan. But she never let Ling Ling go without. The kid had decent shoes, warm food, a clean school uniform. Yifeng built that life on her own after Ling Ling's father disappeared before the girl was even born. She had a hard rule about depending on men. She broke that rule for Chojang. It cost her everything. They met in 2018 through a mutual acquaintance. He was charming at first, the kind of man who showed up with fruit and compliments and offered to fix the broken cabinet in her kitchen. He seemed solid. Guifon wasn't looking for love, but she was lonely, and he made her feel like for once in her life she wasn't carrying everything by herself. She let him in. She let him get close. She even let him meet Ling Ling, which was the one thing she never allowed with other men. Ling Ling was the last gate, and he got through it. Then, Guifon found out he was married, not separated. Married, with 2 children back in his hometown. When she confronted him, she tried to end it right there. She packed his things and told him to leave. He cried. He begged. He said the marriage had been dead for years, that he was only staying for the paperwork, and that he would divorce her as soon as he could. Guifon knew better. She knew it was a lie. But she was 31, she was tired, and she wanted so badly to believe that someone had chosen her, so she stayed. He did get the divorce. That was the trap. Once the wife was officially gone, there was no more pretending. Chojang stopped playing the role of the helpful boyfriend. He quit whatever job he had. He started gambling, mostly mahjong, sometimes cards, and losing money that wasn't his. He moved into her apartment and stopped contributing to anything. He sat in her salon all day with his phone, taking up space, scaring off customers. He took money from her register. Guifon noticed. She started hiding the day's cash inside her bra so he would stop stealing from the drawer. That's the kind of detail you only know if you've lived with a man who turns into a parasite. She was working herself to the bone to support a grown man who brought nothing but resentment in return. Ling Ling never liked him. Kids see things that adults talk themselves out of. She would climb into Guifon's lap and whisper, "He's always watching." Guifon laughed it off. She told herself kids just get jealous. She was wrong. She knew she was wrong, and she still didn't leave him for another year, because leaving meant admitting she had brought this man into her daughter's life. Guifon was ashamed. That shame kept her stuck. When she finally got the courage to break it off, he didn't argue. He didn't apologize. He just looked at her and said, "You're mine." She packed what little he owned and put it outside the door. He didn't leave. He stood in the stairwell all night. The next day, he was back. That was the beginning of the worst part. He followed her to work. He waited across the street from Ling Ling's school. He sent her hundreds of messages, sometimes every hour, sometimes all night. He texted her things like, "I know where your daughter sleeps." She couldn't sleep. She lost weight. She called the police more than once. They took reports. They told her to change her locks. They told her he hadn't done anything concrete yet. 2 days before he killed her, the police finally did something. They picked him up lurking in the stairwell of her building with a dagger. Not a pocket knife. A dagger. He was standing in the dark between floors, holding a blade, and nobody can say what he was waiting for. Ling Ling was upstairs eating noodles. Weifeng had just brought her home from school. When the police knocked on her door and told her they'd arrested him, she broke down in the hallway. She begged them to keep him locked up. But it's never that simple. Without her pressing charges and going through a whole trial, they couldn't hold him. And the officer made it clear, if she pressed charges, she would have to sit in court with Cho Jang watching her, and she'd have to put her daughter on the stand. That was the threat. They weren't saying it to be cruel. They just knew how these things played out. Weifeng looked at Ling Ling sitting at the table with her chopsticks frozen over the bowl, and she made the decision she thought was safest. She signed a settlement paper. She agreed to drop the matter. Cho Jang walked out of the police station that same day, 2 days before he killed her. That will haunt her family for the rest of their lives. The system had him. The system let him go. The morning of June 2nd, Weifeng was still awake at 4:30. She had been lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the building settle. Ling Ling was curled against her side, small and warm. Weifeng got up once to check the front door. She turned the lock. She checked the chain. She turned the lock again. She always locked it twice. That wasn't an old habit. It was a new one, born out of pure fear. She got back into bed and put her hand on Ling Ling's back, feeling the little rise and fall of her breathing. That was the only thing that calmed her. The dark, the silence, the soft weight of her daughter against her. She must have drifted off for a little while. She woke up to the sound of the bedroom door being pushed, not kicked. Pushed, like someone was testing it. Then a rattle. The bedroom door had one of those cheap push-button locks, the kind you can open with a coin from the outside. Weifeng had asked the landlord to replace it twice. The landlord never did. She heard the button click. She heard the door swing open. Cho Jang had a spare key. She never knew. He must have taken her key one night while she was asleep and had a copy made at the hardware stall in the market. When she noticed her key was missing the next morning, he told her it probably fell between the couch cushions. She searched for it. She never found it. He had it the whole time. So the front door opened without a sound. He didn't break in. He let himself in. He walked through her living room, past Ling Ling's school bag, into the hallway. And then he came through the bedroom door. She didn't see his face right away. She saw the knife, her own kitchen knife, the big one she used for cutting vegetables, the one that sat in the wooden block in the kitchen. He had picked it up on his way in. And in his other hand, the dagger. He must have bought another one after the police took the first one. He had 2 days to get a new one. He used both. She screamed. Ling Ling woke up screaming. Weifeng pushed Ling Ling off the bed toward the wall, into the corner. She told her to hide. Those were the last words she ever said to her daughter. Hide. Ling Ling crawled under the bed. From under the bed, she could see her mother's feet. She could see the man's feet. That's what she told the neighbor later. She watched her mother's feet kicking, and then she watched them stop. 56 wounds. That's what the autopsy counted. 56 stab wounds and cuts on Guifon's body. Some of them were on her hands and forearms, because she lifted her arms to protect her face and her chest. She fought. She fought while she was dying, but he was on top of her, and he had 2 weapons, and he was stronger than her, and he didn't stop. The coroner told her family that the later wounds were made after she was already dead. He kept stabbing her after she was gone. He didn't stop because he thought it was enough. He stopped because his arms got tired. There's a word for that. The coroner said it in Chinese, and it roughly translates to overkill. That word still makes Guifon's mother throw up. Ling Ling stayed under the bed. She doesn't remember how long. She remembers the sound of the knife going in. She remembers her mother's breathing changing, getting wet, getting slower, stopping. She remembers the man standing up. She could see his legs. She thought he was going to look under the bed. That's the thing that still wakes her up at night, the waiting, under the bed, listening to him breathe. But he didn't look. He picked up the dagger. He walked out. The front door closed. There was silence. When Ling Ling came out from under the bed, her mother was on the floor. Ling Ling didn't understand what she was seeing. She thought her mother was sleeping. She touched her shoulder and said "Mommy" over and over. She couldn't get her to wake up. She couldn't open the bedroom door at first, because her hands were wet, and they slipped on the handle. Her pajamas were soaked. She walked down the hallway in the dark, barefoot, through her own living room, out the front door that her mother had locked twice, and that a man had opened with a key, and she knocked on the neighbor's door. The neighbor was an older woman who lived alone. She told the police later that she heard the knocking and thought it was too early for anyone to be up. She opened the door and the girl was standing there in the hallway, in her soaked pajamas, with her hands up like she was asking to be held. The neighbor said Ling Ling's voice was flat. No crying, no shaking. She just said, "Auntie, Mommy won't wake up." Then she turned and pointed at her own apartment door. The neighbor knew something had happened. She called the police. She didn't go into the apartment. She was too scared. When the police arrived, they found Guifon's body in the bedroom, and they had to carry Ling Ling out of the building because the hallway between the apartment and the stairwell looked nothing like it should. An officer later said it was the worst scene he had worked in 15 years. He said the thing that broke them all was the child's school bag, still sitting by the door with a little cartoon character on it, as if a kid was still supposed to go to school that morning. Cho Jang ran. He didn't get far. They arrested him the next day, June 3rd, in a cheap hotel room in the next district. He was sitting on the bed in his clothes. He had not changed his clothes. The blood was still on them. He gave the police the dagger. He didn't say much. He didn't apologize. He never asked about Ling Ling. To this day, not once, not a single time, has he ever asked about the child who watched him kill her mother. That says more than anything else he ever did. The trial made the news. The first verdict was death, with a 2-year reprieve. That means he wouldn't be executed for at least 2 years, and in China, a lot of people with reprieves end up not being executed at all. Guifon's family was crushed. They thought the law had failed her a second time. There was outrage. It was on the internet, in the papers. The case got appealed, and the higher court had the final say. In 2021, the reprieve was overturned. They scheduled the execution. Her family got the notice in the mail. Guifon's mother said she felt nothing at first, just emptiness. Then she cried for 2 straight days, because the death of the man who killed her daughter didn't bring her daughter back. It just closed the file. But before the court, before the execution, there was the funeral. And this is the part that her family still can't talk about without shaking. The funeral home called them a day before the service. They said Wifong's body could not be stitched together for cremation. In a normal funeral, the body is prepared, cleaned, stitched, dressed, and made to look peaceful for the family to say goodbye. They told Wifong's mother that this was not possible. The damage from the 56 wounds was too extensive. There were too many cuts, too many deep wounds. The body could not be reconstructed. The family had to make the decision to cremate her as she was, in a closed casket. Nobody saw her face again. They never got to hold her hand. They never got to say goodbye to the woman they remembered. They said goodbye to a closed wooden box with a photograph on top. Ling Ling was at the funeral. She stood beside her grandmother and held her hand. She didn't cry. She asked who the picture was, and her grandmother said it was Mommy. Ling Ling didn't ask to see her. She didn't ask any more questions. She just stood there, a girl who had watched her mother die, standing at her mother's funeral, completely silent. After that, Ling Ling stopped talking for a while. Weeks she started therapy. She started talking again, slowly, but she never talks about that morning. The only thing she said out loud, once to a police officer who was very kind to her, was this. She said the man opened the door with a key, and then he gave the key back. The officer didn't understand. Ling Ling said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. He put the key on the floor. Inside the room. He gave it back. The officer never knew what to do with that. He wrote it down. It went in the file. Nobody has ever figured out what she meant. Now Ling Ling is older. She still goes to therapy. She draws a lot, and her drawings are the only way she communicates when words won't come. She always draws the same thing: a door standing open and a key on the floor. Always the same key on the floor on the inside of the door. Her therapist asked her once, very gently, why she draws the key on the inside. Ling Ling looked at her like she had just asked the stupidest question in the world. She said, because he gave it back. They never found the copy of that key. The police searched Cho Jang's hotel room, they searched the street, they searched the canal behind the building. Nothing. Cho Jang has never said where he threw it or what he did with it. He never said anything about it at all. So there's one thing that will always be missing. The key that opened the door that morning. It's somewhere out there, and a little girl still draws it over and over on the inside of the door, where it never should have been. Story 19. She didn't find out in some dramatic way, like in a movie where the detective sits you down and says, "We have reason to believe." No, it was worse. It was a Thursday morning, actually. No, wait, it was a Saturday. Let me get this right. The arrest happened on the morning of May 11th, a Saturday. She had just put on a pot of coffee. She was wearing her old gray sweatshirt, the one with the hole in the cuff, because the morning still had that cold bite, even though spring was coming. She remembers that, because she never wore that sweatshirt again. She threw it out, not because of any blood or anything like that, just because every time she saw it she'd think of that morning, and she wanted to burn it. The police didn't knock. They don't knock when they come for you like that. They just walked in. The door was unlocked, because, as I said, nobody locks their doors. 2 deputies she recognized from town, plus a detective she'd never seen before. The detective had that look, you know? The look that says he's already made up his mind and everything else is just paperwork. He said, "We need you to come with us, ma'am." And she thought, okay, they want to take her to the station to identify something, or maybe they'd found a suspect, a drifter, someone with gray hair. Because that's what her son had told them all along. A tall man with gray hair, long gray hair, like a wolf. That was the story. That's what her baby boy had said when he called 911. Let me back up a little, because you need to know how they got to that Saturday morning. 2 weeks earlier, on April 27th, Layla and her brother were home alone. Their father was at a baseball game, Layla's travel team, I think, or maybe the boys' game. I don't remember, and their mother was out running errands. She wasn't far. She was maybe 15 minutes away. She got a call from her own son, but it wasn't him on the phone at first. It was a neighbor, a woman who lived across the street. The woman was screaming. Something about Layla, something about an intruder, something about blood. The mother dropped her groceries right there in the middle of the store. She didn't even grab her purse. She ran out and drove home with her hands shaking so bad she almost hit a tree. When she pulled into the driveway, there were already 2 patrol cars and an ambulance. The front door was open. She could hear her son crying. Not the kind of crying you hear when a kid is scared, but the kind that comes from deep in their throat, like they can't get enough air. She tried to run inside, but a deputy caught her around the waist and held her back. He said, "You don't want to go in there, ma'am. You really don't." She fought him. She scratched him. She bit his arm. She remembers the taste of his sweat and the fabric of his uniform. She was screaming Layla's name. There was no answer. They finally let her in, but they wouldn't let her go into the back bedroom. That's where Layla was. She saw her son sitting on the floor in the hallway, his back against the wall, his hands covered in blood. Not a lot of blood, but enough. He was 11 at the time, no, 12. Same age as Layla. They were twins, I think. Wait, no, I need to check. The brother was also 12. They were 12 and 12, but not twins? Actually, I think the brother was a year younger. No. The premise says her 12-year-old brother, so he was 12 too. So both were 12. Anyway, the mother saw his hands and thought, he tried to help her. He tried to stop the bleeding. She hugged him. He didn't hug back. She didn't notice that at the time. She just held him and sobbed and asked him what happened. He said, a man with gray hair came in through the front door. He had a knife. He stabbed her and ran out the back. That's what he told the 911 operator too. A tall man, gray hair, gray beard, maybe in his 60s. He spoke in a low voice. He didn't run, he just walked out, like he had all the time in the world. The mother believed him. Of course she believed him. Who wouldn't believe their own son? A stranger came in, killed her daughter, her baby girl, and fled. That's what she told the police. That's what she told herself. The next few days were a blur of not sleeping, of staring at the wall, of answering the same questions over and over again for different officers and different detectives. They asked her about the front door. Was it locked? She didn't remember. Did her son usually lie? No. Did he have any trouble with his sister? They fought like all siblings fight, but nothing serious. She told them about Layla's softball practice, about her favorite color, about how she used to sing in the car. She talked until her voice went hoarse. She wanted them to find that man. She wanted to look him in the eye and ask him why he took her daughter. The schools locked down. That's what the news said. Every school in Calaveras County, from Valley Springs to San Andreas to Copperopolis. Parents kept their kids inside. People in town started arming themselves. I remember hearing about it. Everyone was scared out of their minds. There were flyers up everywhere with a sketch of the gray-haired suspect, even though nobody actually saw him except the brother. The brother was the only witness. And that was the thing that started to nag at her, maybe 3 or 4 days after the funeral. She noticed it at the memorial service. Everyone was crying. Her ex-husband was leaning against the wall, barely standing. The grandparents were in the front row, holding each other. But her son was just standing there, not crying, not even looking at the pictures of Layla. He was just staring at the floor, with this blank look on his face. She thought, grief hits kids differently. He's in shock. He saw it happen. That's why he's numb. She went over and put her arm around him. He didn't lean into her. He just stood there, rigid, like a piece of wood. She told him it was okay, that he was safe now, that the police were going to find the man. He said, yeah, just yeah. No emotion. She didn't know what to make of it. Then it got worse. The detective, the one with the hard face, came back a second time, and this time he asked her more specific questions. About the kitchen, about the knives. Did she keep them in a block on the counter or in a drawer? She said in a wooden block next to the stove. He asked her if any of the knives were missing. She said she didn't think so. She couldn't tell. She hadn't cooked since before it happened. He asked her about her son's relationship with Layla, whether they had any arguments that morning, whether he was angry. She said no, but she didn't know. She wasn't there. The detective said, "Makes sense." That was it. Just makes sense. And then he looked at her with this pity in his eyes that she didn't understand at the time. The next day, the detective called her and asked her to come down to the station. She went. He didn't tell her over the phone, but she knew. The moment she stepped into that room and saw her son sitting at a table with a lawyer, a court-appointed one because they couldn't afford their own, she knew. He was wearing a hoodie, and his hands were flat on the table, and he wasn't crying. He was just sitting there, looking at the little video camera in the corner. The detective said, "We need to run a few more tests, but we found the knife. It was in a storm drain behind the house. The only fingerprints on it are yours." The mother felt her legs go out. She grabbed the chair. She said, "That's impossible." He said it was a stranger. The detective didn't answer. He just looked at her. That's when the crying started. But wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. The arrest itself, the actual handcuffing, that was on May 11th, and that's the day she wants to talk about. That's the day she'll never forget. Not April 27th, when her daughter died. Not the funeral, not the wake. May 11th. Because that's the day she had to watch her son get put in the back of a police car with his hands behind his back, and she had to stand there on the lawn in her gray sweatshirt with the hole in the sleeve. And she couldn't do anything. They took him from the house that morning. They didn't let her say goodbye. They didn't let her hug him. They read him his rights. She heard the words come out of the detective's mouth, "You have the right to remain silent." Her son didn't say anything. He just got in the car. He didn't look back. Not once. She remembers that with a clarity that hurts. He never looked back. He never said, "Mom, I didn't do it." He never said anything at all. He just sat there in the back seat, staring straight ahead, while the car pulled out of the driveway and turned left onto the main road. She stood there for a long time. The neighbor across the street came over and tried to hug her, but she couldn't move. She just kept staring at the spot where the car had been. There were ferns on the side of the house. She remembers thinking, "Those ferns need watering." That's what her brain did. It went to normal things, to mundane things, because the other thought, the thought that her son had killed his own sister, was too big to hold, too heavy. She would have collapsed if she tried to hold it. Later that day, the detective came back to the house, not to arrest her, but to return some things they'd taken for evidence. He apologized. He told her that her son had confessed, not on the record, not officially, but he had said things, changed his story so many times that there was no other explanation. First it was a gray-haired man. Then it was a young guy with a baseball cap. Then it was a woman. He kept adding details, changing details, contradicting himself. And the knife, that knife came from the kitchen. The only prints on it were from the mother and the father and Layla herself. Not her sons. That's what made it so chilling. He cleaned the knife. He wiped it clean. A 12-year-old boy wiping down a knife after stabbing his sister in the chest. The detective told her that when they asked him to show them how he held the knife, he did it without hesitation. He demonstrated the angle. He was calm. He acted like he was showing them how to hold a pencil. The mother asked the detective, "Why?" He said, "We don't know. He won't give us a reason." He told her that her son had been sending text messages to Layla's phone after she died, pretending to be her, saying things like, "I'm okay and don't tell Mom." He did it to make it seem like she was still alive, to throw them off. He did it while the mother was sitting in the next room, crying. The mother didn't know about the texts until that day. She felt a cold wash go through her, like someone poured ice water down her back. She thought, "I've been living with a stranger." She looked at the family photos on the wall. Her son at age 5, holding a fish. Her son at age 10, smiling with a gap in his teeth. She didn't recognize him. She didn't know him. The most haunting detail, the one she tells people when she can bring herself to talk about it, happened just before they took him away. The detective had read him his rights, and they were walking him out the door. The boy stopped. He turned his head, not to look at his mother, but to look at a spot on the living room wall, right above the couch. The mother followed his gaze. There was a small picture frame, a photo of Layla and her son sitting on the porch swing together. They were both laughing. Layla had her arm around his shoulder. The boy looked at that photo for about 3 seconds. Then he smiled. Not a big smile, not an evil grin, just a small, brief smile, like he was remembering something funny. And then he turned away and walked out the door. The mother didn't notice the smile until weeks later, when someone played her the surveillance footage from the body camera worn by the deputy who was escorting him out. She watched it over and over, zooming into the boy's face, that little smile. And she realized that wasn't a smile about a happy memory. That was the smile of someone who had won. He got away with it for 2 whole weeks. He made the whole town panic. He made his own mother look at every old man on the street with hatred. And he did it all with a straight face. The smile was the only crack, and once she saw it, she couldn't unsee it. He was convicted in 2015. Sentenced to juvenile custody until he's 23. He'll be released just after his 23rd birthday. That's 7 years from now. The mother knows the exact date. She has it written on a piece of paper in her wallet next to a picture of Layla. She doesn't know what she's going to do on that day. She thinks about it constantly. She wonders if he'll come back to Valley Springs. She wonders if he'll try to see her. She wonders if he'll ever tell her why. She never sold the house. She never moved. She still lives there, with the ferns and the unlocked front door. She can't bring herself to lock it, even though she knows it's foolish. She left the stain on the carpet in the hallway. She couldn't get it out, and eventually she stopped trying. Every time she walks past it, she remembers the morning she came home and saw her son sitting there with blood on his hands, and she thought he was the victim. And part of her still wants to think that. Part of her still looks at him in old photos and remembers the little boy who used to hug her and say, "I'll take care of you when you're old." But that boy is gone. He died the same day Layla died, and the thing that came back from the storm drain, wearing her son's face, that's still out there, waiting to turn 23. Story 20. On November 21st, 2014, Jessica Padette walked out of her kindergarten classroom in Northampton, Pennsylvania, and never saw her kids again. I remember hearing about it on the news, but you don't really get it until you hear the details, the ones they don't put in the headlines. But I knew her. Not well, but I knew her. She was a teacher at my daughter's school, and you couldn't miss her. She was one of those people who smiled with her whole face, like she was genuinely happy to be there, handing out gold stars and reading picture books with voices for all the characters. She had a husband, Michael, and 3 children, all under the age of 8 at the time. She was 33 years old. That Friday was supposed to be an ordinary day. She went to work like she did every morning, probably thinking about what to make for dinner or which kid needed new shoes. According to the police report, she left school a little after 3 in the afternoon. She told a coworker she needed to run an errand, something about faxing documents at her mother's house. Her mother lived nearby, and Jessica's stepfather, Greg, had a working fax machine and printer. So it made sense. It was a quick detour, a practical stop on the way home. She drove her blue SUV, the one she used to haul her kids around in, with the car seat still in the back, and goldfish crackers probably crushed into the seat cushions. She was wearing her teacher clothes, stuff she could move around in, a light jacket because it was November and Pennsylvania gets cold, especially in the evening. She was supposed to go home to her husband and her kids, and make dinner, and do the million tiny things she always did. She never made it home. When Michael first called the police that night, he was calm. Or as calm as a guy can be when his wife doesn't show up and doesn't answer her phone. He told the dispatcher that she wasn't answering her cell, that her car wasn't in the driveway, that this wasn't like her. The police started looking. They found her car about a mile from her mother's house, in a parking lot next to a county building. One of those places that's empty after business hours. Her door was unlocked. Inside, they found her purse on the passenger seat, her cell phone in the center console, and her keys still in the ignition. It was like she just vanished. The weird thing, the thing that stuck with the investigators from day one, was the driver's seat. That's what the surveillance footage showed. There was a grainy camera across the parking lot, pointed at the entrance. You could see her car pull in at around 3:40 in the afternoon. The driver, who you could barely make out, got out and walked away. Then, a few minutes later, at around 4:10, the footage shows a figure coming back to the car and getting into the driver's side. The figure was tall, really tall. And it wasn't Jessica Padette, who was a normal-sized woman, maybe a little over 5'4". The figure sat in the driver's seat for a moment, and then the headrest moved. The police later determined that whoever was in the car adjusted the seat, moving it backward to accommodate longer legs. They staged it. They wanted it to look like she had driven there herself, parked, and gone off somewhere on foot. But the seat position gave it away. Whoever was in that car was a stranger. They found her body the next day. The search was massive. Dogs, helicopters, volunteers on foot, that whole coordinated thing you see on the news. But they didn't find her in the woods. They found her in her mother's house. The same house she went to fax her documents. The house where her mother and stepfather lived. The stepfather, Greg, he claimed he wasn't home that afternoon. He said he was out shopping or at the gym or something like that. But that was a lie. The police watched him during the initial interviews. His wife was crying, hysterical, and Greg was sitting there with his hands folded, giving short answers, not looking at anyone for too long. The investigators noticed some things pretty quickly. There was a functional fax machine in the house. right there in the office. So why did Jessica have to go somewhere else? And why did this fully grown man, her stepfather, the guy who had known her since she was a little girl, why did he suddenly become so defensive when they asked about his timeline? It started to unravel when they found a small piece of evidence. In his bedroom, they found a carpet stain that looked like it had been scrubbed. They also found a couple of blood-stained napkins in a trash can in the kitchen. And then, in a dumpster about 200 yards from the house, wrapped in a plastic bag like he was trying to hide it, they found a pair of shoes. Men's shoes, work boots. And they had dried blood on the soles. The Na matched it to Jessica. They brought him in for a more formal interrogation. That's when he broke down and told them what he did. I want to be clear about the details because they stay with you, no matter